Hello, my name is Marcus. I'm the compiler of a collection of therapy quotes entitled 1001 Windmills of the Mind. A collection of advanced self-help quotes taken from what's often called the psychodynamic or the psychoanalytic perspective, which long ago, as I understand it, was referred to by some as philosophical medicine or narrative medicine, helping one to find their narrative truth, i.e. their story, to know themselves. Because this idea of knowing ourselves, yes, there's the conscious self, but there's also what's called the unconscious self. Parts of us, or mainly the real self actually, the real self part of us is undeveloped, it's submerged, frozen, denied, unknown, disassociated, undeveloped, hidden, down a tunnel, down a cavern where the light is never shown. Okay, so this undeveloped real self part of the self, so it's unknown to us. It's got a lot of potential, who we'd be had we been loved properly. Okay, so all of this about ourselves that we don't know in general, we call the repressed self, the denied self, okay, the second self, the secret self, the shadow self, the shadow soul. It's the one who walks with me, who's not like me, who is me. Someone's living my life, I know nothing about him. In literature, it's the motif of the double character. Okay? So in what's called interpretive literature, so most literature is sort of escapism, right? But some literature helps you to know yourself. That's called interpretive literature. Ibsen and Goethe and all these guys, right? So the playwright who did the story, The Student of Prague, for example, as discussed by Otto Rank in his essay simply called The Double, he talks about that play. And in the play, the playwright had a protagonist meet some other guy. And the protagonist didn't know that this other guy, okay, was him. Parts of him that he didn't know. Aspects of himself, the protagonist, which he didn't know. And this other guy, okay, so this is a fantasy, science fiction, metaphysical kind of story, right? So interpretive literature will use science fiction or metaphysical ideas to teach about psychology, right? So the motif of the double, it's you make up a character who embodies everything about the first person, which he doesn't know. So in that story, The Student of Prague, now he bumps into this stranger kind of character, interesting character, but he doesn't make the connection that it's him. So, you know, he's meant to befriend him, and this double self is kind of there all the time, and the protagonist says, "Who are you? What do you want?" "Well, I'm you. I want to be your friend." "What are you talking about? It doesn't make sense here." So, and they ended up with this big fight and all this. And when the protagonist heard this double self, he was hurt. He never made the connection. On the tombstone it said, "Here's a guy that never got to know himself." So the moral of the story by the shrink, right? Well, interpretive literature people, they're kind of like the shrinks before we had the current shrinks, right? So anyways, the message was, we're meant to befriend ourselves, but we have two selves, right? The adaptive self that we know about, the part of, the self that, knows how to drive a car and do our jobs and all this. But our real self, it's this sense of embodiment, it's an ontological self, it's the sense of your feeling alive within. We live to the extent that we feel. It's our feeling self. It's our whole kind of inner life area. So yes, the adaptive self can get 10 PhDs, 10 medals, 10 awards, but we're missing something. We're missing our whole inner life. We're missing our joy. We're missing joy and sadness. Remember in the Disney film Inside Out, joy and sadness got zooped away. With trauma, joy and sadness got zooped away. So we're missing joy and sadness, and they're just like an abbreviation for the golden ball. So aliveness of feelings, needed feelings, appropriate feelings, aliveness of affect, the vitality of our feelings, like the sun that radiates, our feelings kind of animates from us when we have our sense of self. So if the sense of self is kind of squelched and the feelings can't animate by it, okay, so there's myths and fairy tales describe this loss of the real self in numerous ways. In the Greek myth with Miss Core, the earth opens up, Miss Core, the maiden, gets pulled down into the underworld. Okay. And then in the Iron John story that Robert Bly likes to tell, the embodiment side of it, is the Iron John character, locked in the cage and all this. And the golden ball is in there. So that's the vibrancy, the feelings. So you got the amness and the feelings. I feel that I am. So the amness is like the embodiment, your beingness, your identity, your embodiment. And the animating emotion of it is like the golden ball kind of thing. So one quick image is the white bear King Valamont story, right? The polar bear was playing with the golden reef. The princess approached and said, "Hey, polar bear, give me the golden reef." He said, "Well, it's not like that, you know. We're kind of a package deal kind of thing. I feel therefore I am." So that makes the link. So it's a very basic link. If you have your amness, your feelings will be there. If you don't have your amness, your feelings are lost. So the golden ball's down the well. This cord got pulled down. Okay. Sometimes the innocence side of it, it's like the baby put on a little boat, sent down the river to some other unconscious forest place. So we live in two worlds. So the real self lives in this other forest, unknown, dark. Where is it? Go, I know not whither. Bring back, I know not what. This other myths and fairy tales, you know, that kind of thing. And so this comes about due to a thing called attachment trauma. Well, yeah, by the way, I finally got back on my old spot here, yeah. I'm not sure if this is just a one-off or if they'll let me use this regularly, but I did a few videos here last year, and it worked out pretty well. And so it was kind of quiet here today, so he said, "Okay, I can use it today." So we'll see how it goes, yeah. Yeah, nice little room here. Yeah, look at this. I'm in a restaurant, and they're actually kind of open, but in the afternoon they're not too busy. It's mainly for the breakfast and for functions and things, but they stay open all day. Yeah, I might show you the traffic jam later on. Maybe some sky trains. I'm not sure if we'll get any birds here. Yeah, oh, it's nice to be in a quiet room for a change. Yeah, I've been doing these. It's hard to do. I've been doing these in public for the past year and a half, right? So we'll see how it goes here today. Okay, so we're talking about a thing called attachment trauma. You know, no baby expects it. Every baby comes out. He has no concept that he's going to be betrayed by his mother. If the mother doesn't meet the baby's needs, he's betrayed. He has no expectation of that. That's a shock. Okay, what is he going to do with his soul, his embodiment, his real self? Okay, as a desperate emergency, he puts it into cold storage, flash frozen into cold storage. Okay, so that's called emotional hypothermia, emotional coma, emotional catatonia. Okay, and then the image is the frozen woolly mammoth in the block of ice. Related to it is the petrification. The child is scared stiff emotionally within. Now, since the juices of the feelings can't flow, another image for attachment trauma is when the embodiment becomes a statue. So Echo in the narcissist myth, representing the real self of a person, became a statue. People don't know this, right? Echo became a statue. Narcissist became the little white flower, meaning he's addicted to that it's all just about him kind of thing. And because he didn't get enough love to get out of that, to graduate out of that, his soul turned to a statue. And Robert Bly also tells the story of Faithful John, another Grimm's tale called Faithful John. So the character Faithful John just means an imagining of a person's sense of embodiment, their ontological self, their psychological self, okay, like feeling embodied self, right? Faithful John became a statue as well. Now the byproduct, we may say, is the person doesn't feel really alive anymore. They're alive, but they don't feel alive. So the image there is the woodcutter who took out that block of wood, carved out this little boy, and he was praying for this little wooden toy that he made, like a little boy made out of wood. He was praying and praying, "Oh, please let him be real. Let him come alive. Let him come alive." That's a metaphor that we don't really feel alive when there's trauma like this. Yes, we can get 10 PhDs, but we don't really feel alive. That's the trauma. The real self lets us feel alive in all this. Related to that story is the Velveteen Rabbit story. Remember the Velveteen Rabbit story that the stuffed rabbit kept saying, you know, what does it mean to be real? I want to feel real. What does it mean to be real? Likewise, with attachment trauma, we might not really feel kind of real. And the famous mythologist Joseph Campbell spent his whole life investigating this, and he concluded, yeah, that's what we're looking for. That's the whole thing in life. It's called the hero's journey. We want to feel real and alive. We want to get back our sense of embodiment and our golden ball kind of thing. So that's a pain so utter for the child to lose his real self. That's a pain so utter. Okay, so Emily Dickinson has a famous poem. There's a pain so utter, it swallows substance up. Okay. So his substance, his authentic core. Okay, the word of the year by the Merriam-Webster Dictionary Company for 2023 was authentic. So all babies are born with an authentic, real self. It's emerging, it isn't fully developed, it's just kind of in process kind of thing. And he has needs for its development. But if the baby is traumatized, obviously he's not getting his needs met. So that's a pain so utter. It swallows substance up, so his core gets pulled down. So swallowing up kind of gets pressed down. That's called repression. Okay, meaning there's going to be an imprint in the brainstem of the relationship memory of mother shaming the baby, not meeting his needs. So it gets recorded. So when it gets pressed down, it means it gets recorded in what's called an imprint in the first earliest part of the brain, the survival brain. Okay, so we have 3 brains. So the earliest one is the survival brain, and the child thinks he's not going to make it, right? If the child at some point thinks his mother's not reliable and he doesn't have the safety of his mother, that part of the brain, well, the child has the first 2 brains, the brainstem part and the mammal, right? So from the mammal side, the child doesn't understand time, and if he's not safe with the mother, there's this old ancient, like from billions of years kind of thing. Geez, if mother's not around, there's some kind of ancient memory or something that he's not going to make it on his own. Like he can't make it without the safety of his mother. Number one, he's not developed enough. He doesn't have motor skills. He can't walk, crawl, or go look for food, so he's not going to make it that way. He can't even look for food. He's totally dependent on the mother. That's part of it. Another theory is there may be some kind of instinctual thing or something that, like in the animal world, right? If the baby animal is alone, a lion might come and eat it or something, or pterodactyl or something. I don't know the details in evolutionary and all this. But somehow no baby's going to make it on their own. However we conceptualize it, no baby can make it without a secure, safe, trusting, reliable attachment with the mother. No way, it's not going to happen. Right? Everybody knows that. So that's why it's called attachment trauma. The baby needs a secure attachment. Now the baby will take a convoluted, painful attachment or no attachment. That's it, right? Okay, how are we doing here? Okay, so the baby has an authentic, real self. It's emerging. Yes, he's biologically born and all this, but he needs what's called a secure attachment style for the first 3 years of life. It's kind of the critical period where the baby's laying down neural circuits by the interrelationship with the mother. The interaction with the mother lays down the templates and the blueprints, and the mother is the whole world for the baby. So he understands the whole world by the prototype mother representing the whole world, and he understands the whole world by his memory experience with the mother. It becomes a template, a blueprint, a schema, working model, and he sees the world regularly, generally afterwards, via that blueprint. So if there's a problem with the mother, he's going to distort his perception of the world. Okay? If it's painful with the mother, he thinks the world's not a friendly place kind of thing. If the mother's normal and loving, okay, he can be realistic and understand himself, and we're all one family and confused and so on. So it's a little bit more realistic, 3-dimensional and all this. It's not, see, if the baby's pained by the mother, it's considered unfinished business, right? So he's gonna see the world as his frustrating mother, and is always in conflict with everything, because he's still in conflict with mother kind of thing. So we want a normal memory. So psychoanalysis is the study of the internalization of interpersonal relationships. Okay, so the baby has an interpersonal relationship with the mother, he lays down an intrapsychic world, and then it's inside out, as above, so below. So psychoanalysis tries to look at all this, study all this, because if there's a problem with that blueprint, it's going to reveal itself in the person's dealings later in life. Okay, the dealings is called repetition compulsion. They're going to go through life reenacting that problematic relationship with the mother, with others in the present, trying to correct the past, undo the past, get the love that was needed in the past. So this is called symbolic acting out, or transference acting out. You're going to transfer the problem with the mother from the past to the present, and like acting, like actors. So either the person can play himself and see others as the rejecting mother and have an argument with others like this, or sometimes a more disturbed version is the person just plays the rejecting mother, finds others to play their innocence. That's called evocation of proxy. So they find others to play their innocence and then be rejecting towards them, and then the others, who are the non-threatening substitute others, who's playing the proxy for them, they're crying for love the way they were crying for love, and they, playing the mother, say no to them the way the mother said no to them. So it's all messed up. It's called neurosis. Okay, replaying the past and the present, trying to change the past, that's neurotic. Okay, so Edmund Burglar, one of our mentors here, has a famous, well, in my mind, well, to my mind it's famous. One of the best metaphors by Edmund Burglar, one of our mentors here, Edmund Burglar, a key contributor here to psychoanalysis. 24 books, 300 papers. He was a rock star of psychology in the 50s and 60s mainly. So he had a good run for 2 decades, writing books, and he was interviewed all the time. He was like the #1 guy, kind of. My impression is he's maybe the guy that really kind of helped make psychoanalysis popular. And then a little bit of mystery of why we don't really hear his name too much. I've commented in the past my theory about why we don't really hear his name too much. I think it's linked to one of his books called The Writer in Psychoanalysis. So he has 24 books, right? One is about writing. So he analyzed the people, the propaganda people and the advertising industry. I think he kind of touched the nerve there. So I'm just guessing, so I'm not going to go into the whole story. But he's a clear writer. He writes directly into English. So his German's his first language. And oh yeah, and in his youth he wrote all in German, and then later he wrote in English. So that's why. He's made an immense contribution. So I remember. So one metaphor of his that I've been using fairly often throughout the series here is neurosis is the petrification of an inner conflict that's repressed. So the child has an inner conflict, the wish and the fear. He has needs. Mother was misattuned, malattuned, betrayed the baby. Oh, cunning tale. What's wrong? Why wasn't the mother emotionally available for the baby? Did the mother resent the idea that she's supposed to give love when she herself never received it when she was a child herself, and now she's supposed to give it when she never got it? Oh, cunning tale. Is the mother going to treat her baby badly to communicate that when she was a baby, her mother treated her badly? Oh, cunning tale. What's going on? Is the mother going to say at last she's going to brainwash the baby to take care of her? Oh, cunning tale. So reference here is back to Emily Dickinson. The baby had a great hope for mother's love. It fell. You heard no noise. The wreckage was within. Okay, petrification, turned to stone, feeling unreal, etc. Oh, cunning tale that caused it, that let no witness in. Now the child has no concept of what happened. That's the scarecrow in the Wizard of Oz. Okay, the child didn't develop to the age of psychological birth, whereby he received enough differentiation from the mother, enough conscious ego of his own uniqueness, which he expresses, and that's loving life, pleasure, a path with heart. Okay, that's missing. So that's the Tin Man looking for a heart. So Chami didn't get to the place where he can love life and all this. Okay, the scarecrow and the Tin Man, being like that, a person's going to feel kind of disembodied. That's the cowardly lion. Okay, so again, this is all metaphor. Myths and fairy tales are metaphors for inner dynamics. How's lighting here? Is the lighting okay here? If I do it like this, it's a little better. It's more or less okay. Yeah, the quotes are posted below. Oh, hang on here. I'm not a professor. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a gynecologist. I'm not a midwife, doula, nutritionist. I don't have a PhD or a master's. Or something. I have just a basic BA. Right? I don't know why I keep thinking. I don't know why I keep thinking of the other famous two initials that begin. Just the ordinary basic BA. So I'm the compiler of the quotes. I haven't been analyzed. Unfortunately, it costs quite a lot to do that process. So unfortunately, I haven't been analyzed. I want to learn this stuff as sort of the next best thing. Where maybe I can teach myself it and teach it. But how do you? So I remember one self-help quote. The best way to learn something is to teach it. Well, I don't think of myself as truly teaching him, but I'm finding interesting quotes, I'm posting it and trying to discuss it, so I am kind of learning it that way. And my give back is that the quotes are posted below. So we now have 10,000 quotes in our collection. Okay, 2,000 pages, single space. Some of the quotes are kind of short like this. That's sort of the range, like shorter ones like this. And you got a few longer ones like this. That's unusual, that lengthy one there. It's usually more like this, right? So yeah, this is more typical. This is more typical, I guess. So this is something like this. So we have 2,000 pages like this. So 10,000 advanced self-help quotes, and as best as I can see these advanced quotes to be, they fit Grice's criteria for communication. So just mentioned the quantity, not too long, not too short. Quality is that in each video, my hope is, that's subjective of course, my hope is that 1 out of 10 will click. So on average there's 10 quotes, but there's more in this case, but on average there are 10 quotes per video. My sincere hope is that 1 will be of interest, 1 will spark somebody's curiosity or something. I'm thrilled. I'm basing that on, like, if you buy a CD and you love one song on there, you like one song, it might be worth the whole CD just for that one song. I'm kind of thinking in those terms. So if 1 quote clicks, plus I'm tying it in with back to Robert Bly. He said to the men in the men's groups and all this, I heard him on tape, read psychology every day for 10 minutes. Read psychology every day for 10 minutes. So in each video, there's roughly 10 minutes worth of reading in each video. So that sort of fits Robert Bly's advice. And then maybe you pick out 1, make a note or something, write it down, copy paste or whatever, do something with it. What does this quote remind me of? And just it's not the complete picture, of course, but the cognitive insight may lead to emotional knowing later on. We leave that alone. Nobody controls that kind of thing. Although some people try to push it or something. So we have 1,000 videos here. So 1 a day kind of thing. 1 can, let's say in 3 years, just 10 minutes a day, have their own customized, personalized 1001 Windmills of the Mind. That would be like a basket, like a set of 1001 quotes that can be prompts to free associate with, clues, like trying to be our own psychological detective, ballpark approximations, concepts, guesstimates, okay, stepping stones for better ideas. This kind of like active kind of questioning like this, there's no set answer here. It seems to communicate that we're willing to get back our feelings, that we're willing to get back our real self, our embodiment and our feelings. So this is like a message to the system, yes, I want to get back myself. So this is like weaving a basket. Then there can be an egg in it. And in the egg can be the new potential, new life and all this. Okay, so one famous poet said, psychoanalysis looks for an egg in a basket that's missing. So don't look for the egg, don't look for the knowing. That's spontaneous. Nobody controls that. But make it safe. Create the conditions or the attitude that lets emotional knowing happen on its own. It'll happen when it happens on its own, kind of thing. Okay, so just as a bird, you know, picks around and flies around and picks up little twigs and leaves and things, and he's going to build a nest. After he builds the nest, well, then there might be an egg and the new life and all this. So that's so similar idea. We want these 10,000 quotes here to be like little twigs and leaves kind of thing, and build a nest of knowledge, and then leave it alone. And then it may lead to emotional knowing. Emotional knowing. So in one fairy tale, the image for emotional knowing is that the firebird appears. The protagonist hops on the back of the firebird and rides the firebird. You know, the vibrant firebird. He's riding it up, right? This motif can probably take a variety of forms in different myths and fairy tales, where the protagonist rides the firebird, and that's emotional knowing. That's the yin. You're getting back your real self. So the questioning, the theories, the ideas, and all this is like the yang, act of doing, okay, and it may lead to the yin, the feeling and the beingness. Okay, the beingness and the feelings are there. So these quotes are mainly like the yang of healing, the act of doing, so-called masculine or active side of things. And then it can lead to the spontaneous healing of the beingness. That's the yin, of the yin side. Okay, like the sun and the moon, right? The sun is like the vibrant, active, and the moon is the resting, feeling, beingness kind of thing. Okay, so the child has so we talked about Emily Dickinson's poem. There's a pain so utter, so we're talking about attachment trauma, also known as relational trauma, interpersonal trauma, developmental trauma, developmental arrest, arrested development, stunted development, a fixation of the baby not getting his needs met. He's fixated where the mother said no all the time. He's fixated at the rejection, at some kind of rejection with the mother. He's kind of stuck like that. So that's a pain so utter. So as an emergency, the child takes his soul, his real self, and puts it into cold storage, or it becomes a statue, or petrified, numb, etc. Okay, back to Emily Dickinson. There's a pain so utter, it swallows substance up, and then the person goes in a swoon, So that's the brain releasing the numbing chemicals called endorphins to numb the pain. There's a pain so utter, then the person goes in a swoon. So that's like the mercy. Okay. By the way, my understanding of this is somebody said on Loretta Bruning, I first heard it from her, when the gazelle's running on the field, and let's say the lion is about to chasing the gazelle, maybe the lion, clawed the bit or clawed the leg of the gazelle or something, and the gazelle's bleeding and all this. If the gazelle were to feel the pain, he'd be a goner. Like if he were to admit the pain and feel it, and he'd like collapse, he'd be kind of a goner, obviously, right? So the brain, the mammalian part of the brain, or mammals too, right? So the mammal brain, okay, we have three brains, the middle brain, the mammal brain releases numbing, endorphins. That allows the gazelle to not feel the pain. If the gazelle doesn't feel the pain, he's going to keep on running while he doesn't feel the pain. And it worked. The gazelle escaped, and it worked. He survived. He found a corner and then he stopped, and then the feelings came up. He licked his wounds and everything was okay, kind of thing. So it's like a survival kind of thing. So this endorphins helps us to keep going, because the baby can't feel all that pain. The baby can't. Today's quote, actually the first key quote in today's video is a good one. The cry by the baby lets the mother know that her child is in peril. The child is in peril. When the baby's crying, he's in peril. He thinks he's a goner. He thinks he's going to die. He's wailing and screaming, he's crying. And now his physiology is going to respond to all this, right? His whole physiological system, the stress response, and cortisol, adrenaline, and he's all revved up and all this, and he can't go anywhere kind of thing. So, mother ignoring the baby's crying, that's an emotional pain. Addressing emotional pains means experiencing all of the physiological accoutrements. Why is emotional pain so hurtful? Well, because we need strong emotional interaction with our parents if we're going to survive. So I've heard two versions of this. The obvious one, that the baby's not going to make it without nursing with his mother and all this. That's the obvious one. And the other one is somewhere in the brain, he's in peril. He's going to be eaten by some wild animal or some sort or another. So the baby can't feel this. If the baby's in peril, if he thinks he's not going to make it, he's in peril. Either way, no food for him, or the mother's hurting him, or he thinks like an animal way that no baby animal can be safe without the mother around to protect him. However it is. So remember, we were born with the first two brains. The third brain, the human brain, kind of comes online roughly at the age of 3, right? So when we're born, so we all have 3 brains, right? The automatic nervous system brain, the automatic nervous system brain. So it resembles the crocodile and the lizard and the reptiles and all this. It only cares about survival. Okay? So it's more visceral, it's about sensations, it's about the stress response. Okay? So that's like the brain, the spine and the top of the brain, top of the spine, the brainstem. But we have that, but for billions of years we developed the mammal. So we're mainly the mammal, right? There's the feeling and the joy and the sadness and mourning and empathy and reparation and the human side of being human. The whole humanness of all this, and trust and play and spontaneity and creativity and joy. The whole spectrum of delight and joy runs the console. The lizard doesn't feel joy, right? The lizard doesn't have mammal feelings. The lizard just has the instinct to survive and reproduce. There's no like warm blood, right? But we're the mammal, but we have that residue from the past. So we're way beyond that first brain. We're mainly the second brain. And 150,000 years ago, we grew the thinking cap called the human cortex brain. That's the third brain, ideas and understanding things. So the intellectual brain and all this, right? No feelings in there, it's just like ideas and things. So we can write and we can speak and have symbols and all this. Okay. So we got the first brain, okay, it's sensations, it's viscerals, automatic. By the way, when the baby's traumatized in that first brain, that's the source point for anxiety, they said. So if there's anxiety in a person's life, it's a first line pain. Well, yeah, Janoff calls it the line, like the first brain, second brain, third brain, okay, or first mind, second mind, third mind, or first line consciousness, second line consciousness, third line consciousness. Okay, that's the three brains. The famous expression of the triune brain. What's his name, McLean or something, came up with it. So Janoff just, we're currently in the middle of a marathon of quotes by the author Arthur Janoff. We're doing a 25 video special run on the work of this famous psychology. He has a PhD in psychology. But he was very famous. He became a household name in 1970 with his first book called Primal Scream. And famous pop stars and celebrities and actors and all this gave him massive endorsements. And he became like an overnight sensation. And people around the world were flying to California. Oh, please teach us how to heal from trauma. Yes, I've got trauma. How do you seem to know how to heal from trauma. So he had this big kind of big hope in that area. So he sold millions of books and all this. A little confusion around it all. I've discussed in past videos, so let's not do it here. But and then he kind of lost popularity, I guess, a few years later. But he still kept quietly writing books. 16 books. I just discovered it last month. And I thought, oh, there's good stuff in here. Let's pluck out these quotes of his. And so this video is part 23 of 25. So we've already done 22. So these are the 20. So this is what we've done so far. So we've done already 22 videos. Okay, so 220. So let's just say 220 quotes already. So we'll add roughly 10 more, right? So just quickly, I'm not really commenting, I'm not really interested in his claim of his technique of how to heal from this early trauma. But 99% of the quotes are about the knowledge of the brain's response to trauma. And just the appreciation that we have these three brains. And don't always think about like the thinking brain and the feeling brain. What about the sensation brain, the visceral brain? Because if there's trauma in that brain, that needs to be addressed. And that's why, self-help slogans are not going to change that input. So your well-meaning friend says, oh, get over it, that's the past, come on. Well, the friend might have a trauma in the brainstem, and just saying some little cliche or slogan or homily or something, it's not going to change that imprint. So his claim was, well, stay conscious, okay, from your ideas. You have an idea, step it backwards, like step by step backwards. So you have a belief, or you have some kind of complaint. Well, feel it, okay? So somebody to listen to you. Or they don't like me, he said. Okay, well, who? Feel the hurt. Who didn't like you? Who didn't listen to you? Okay, now one of the parents. Now you're getting somewhere. Okay, now you're feeling, now in your second brain. Now here's the thing about primal therapy. He claims that a person, if they can stay conscious, it's a conscious experience. If they can stay conscious and feel what they couldn't feel originally, the body will shake it off. There'll be some kind of a physiological response. So in the last video, we did a quote about the difference between epilepsy and the primal. So it's not epilepsy, it's a relief. So for example, the baby couldn't breathe in the birth canal. Well, now there's oxygen. So while being conscious, if you can somehow so that's the thing. He claims he can guide people gently to that freezing point. And if you can tap into that frozen memory, that frozen ghost, you're still there. And it's been waiting for you to integrate it into your third brain, to your conscious brain. Because with your conscious brain, there's air in the room. But as a child in the birth canal, and the child had to constrict his bronchioles because there was a birth trauma and all this, and he froze up in the birth canal. And then he's kind of like there. If a person can get back to that place, so-called primal, all that needed oxygen that was needed, that wasn't available, if you can get to that place, you're not out of it, like you're still conscious of it all. Then the system does 30 minutes of locomotor breathing, deep, long locomotor breathing. If it clicks into that proper place and you experience and relive and complete the process, your body temperature will cool down. Okay, your physiology will stabilize, your stress hormones go down, your voice will be better, your posture will be better, and he has all these physiological things. So I'm not really going to go into that kind of topic too much. But he spent 16 books trying to convince people that it can happen, that it does happen, and he has famous testimonials to it. I haven't experienced it, I don't know it. I don't really buy it, to tell you the truth. I don't really think I think there's a big question mark about this so-called technique about it all. Although he does seem to be addressing something that's important. I think Janoff's work is a huge, missing, important piece of the puzzle. Okay, the knowledge and the approach and the attitude about it, and making women aware that babies they're sensory, they're so sensitive, and if the mother mishandles the baby, his stress hormones are elevated and it sets there. Can mothers have some soul vision for the baby's situation, not apply her attitude to what the baby should be? We do have a couple of quotes on it, actually. Is there one here? Well, here it is. A primal. Okay, so a primal is a total feeling with a memory. Feelings provide us with ourselves. Yeah, so that's the only quick reference to it today. A primal is a total feeling with memory. So you get back to the old memory and feel what you couldn't feel. Get the oxygen, give yourself the oxygen that you needed back then. Like complete the cycle kind of thing. So the epilepsy part is sometimes animals, they play dead, the lion goes away, the deer shakes it off kind of thing. We might maybe kind of do something similar like that. So that's his whole promise kind of thing. But then due to the great enthusiasm of it all, there were all these offshoots and mock therapy, rebirthing and what do they call it? Rebirthing and holotropic breathing and all this weekend workshops and seminars and all, because there was a great demand to heal from trauma. So because a lot of people, because of all the spin-offs of it, and the huge demand for it, then it got a bad name. And in Janoff's, one of his books, in his last book, written at the age of 92, he had to document how 1/3 of all the people that he's helping were damaged by the charlatans who who took his approach and tried to do like a quick weekend workshop version of it. But he himself says throughout, no, you can't do it like that. It's just an attitude to gradually, bit by bit, stay with your feelings, ride the vehicle of your feelings to the specific source. So usually it's like a they. Somebody's a they idea. Oh, they this, they that. Well, the they is generalized due to the pain of the specific mother. If there's a great pain with the mother, that pain is too much. It disperses and it goes into a they thing. So that you want to take the they idea, the thought, ideation, belief, whatever, ideology, this kind of they thinking, and you want to trace it back, okay, to the hurt with the mother. That's the middle brain. So you go from the third brain to the middle brain. And how he goes from the middle brain to the pre-verbal, people are on the floor shaking and this kind of grunting, shaking, making pre-verbal sounds. It's even before the cries even. Like the cries is like the child, the mammal child. It's the middle of this, it's the second line of consciousness. He says the ultimate goal is to get to that imprint, get to that trauma. Either it was in the canal or either the trauma took place in the uterus during the birthing or shortly afterwards. Wherever that freezing wherever we flash frozen, wherever it froze, we got to tap into that and then process it through, like get it through kind of thing. And when we get it through like that, the body's going to do the thing that it needed to do. The body's going to do the thing that it needed to do. So it needs to do a lot of crying and wailing and all this. Now, if you miss that point, if you don't access that point, and you're just blowing off steam that's built up around the pain of not being able to feel, and you're just blowing off steam, that's what he means by abreaction. So he says a lot of people who do this kind of thing, they're doing what's called abreaction. It's not healing. You're just blowing off steam. You're not linking it to the memory. Yeah, that's what it is here today. A primal is a total feeling with a memory. So you have to have the proper context of the memory of where you're coming from. If someone's just beating the pillow and hitting the floor or whatever they're doing, and they don't know why, or they're just blowing off steam, that's abreaction. That's useless. or sometimes hurtful. So that's trying to avoid that kind of thing. But the weekend workshop people, they were just doing all app reactions. It was dramatic, it was showy, people screaming, people are confused. Oh, okay, charlatan guy takes your money. Okay, do it again next weekend or something. Get a new batch, get a new crew. People are confused. All they're doing is blowing off steam that's built up around the pain of not feeling. The healing is the feeling. If you're not feeling, there's a pain, and the pain steams up, and you just blow off the steam. But the source point is still going to create more steam. So stop creating all the steam. You got to feel and relive the shake it off, do the shake off thing, and you get back in your body. Once you get back in the body and you're a feeling being, once you have the golden ball back and joy runs the console, you're good. You're loving life in the present, and your physiology is normal and all this stuff. Well, since I brought it up here, let's quickly dig up that quote here. Hold on a sec. I wasn't planning to go down. I wasn't planning to go there, but let's just finish up that point here. Hold on a sec. Oh, it's nice to be in that quiet room here. Okay, hold on a sec. Okay, give me a minute. I've got what is it? 44 pages here. Okay. Yeah, it's sort of a key quote that kind of explains the whole thing here. Where is it? So yeah, so we've discussed, by the way, so these are the quotes we've done so far. So in the past 22 videos, we spent some time talking about these quotes. Also, these quotes are available if you click the More link or the See More link. We talk about anxiety, we talk about patterns, we talk about symbolic acting out, and the endorphins and the serotonin and the oxytocin, and this thing called gating and repression, and Morpheus, the metaphor for endorphins is Morpheus. So yeah, the prototype issue. He covers a lot of ground. Janov is like a one-man psychology department. He covers a lot of ground here. So yeah, one of his books is called Prisoners of Pain. Another one's called Imprints. He talks a lot about when the mother takes an epidural. He talks a lot about if the mother drinks and smokes, how that affects the baby. So there's a lot of good stuff in here. Here it is. Okay, here's the quote I was talking about. This for me is sort of the main quote here. Okay, so he calls it a reliving episode. Well, you're going to live it truly. So you never really lived the experience. You were frozen. So you want to go back and live it properly. So either we call it, let's live it properly for the first time, or just relive it, but this time properly. So that's called the reliving episodes. Again, that's his jargon called primal. So once again, the jargon, he keeps calling everything primal. So the baby had a primal need. Baby had a primal need for what's called a secure attachment style, rhythm of safety, her attunement, her reverie, her soothing, her presence. Okay, a rhythm of safety with the mother, positive maternal experience, a holding environment. Okay, a blissful oneness with the mother. The baby had this raw basic need. If that's not met, oh cunning tale, if that's not met, then it's like a primal pain. This primal pain is recorded, it's encoded, it's grooved in, it's imprinted, like a group. Memories are relational, and there's even a name for the chemicals that seal it in. So he couldn't process the pain. It was too much, so he froze up. So the idea is to go back to that place somehow. You don't lose yourself. You got to be conscious. So that's why you don't take like substances because you're going to bypass things, and then too much is going to come up, and then your brain's going to create wild ideas to repress it. So these people who he talks about this. If people try to bypass this, if they're impatient, take ayahuasca or a mushroom or hallucinogen. you're going to bypass too much, bring up too much pain. When there's too much pain, what happens? The first brain says to the third brain, help, give me ideas, give me dreams, give me fantasies, give me beliefs, give me wild things. And then the third brain's going to create all these hallucinatory kind of things to help you to not be aware of the pain, although the pain is creating the beliefs. Now you're into these wild beliefs, the occult, and you're going to be saved one day, or any kind of far out kind of cosmic consciousness, higher consciousness. You're going to create all these kind of new agey kind of things. That's the third brain trying to help you not feel the pain. And then people get these wild, mystical, so-called ideas, and they say, "Oh, I know the universe. We're one with the universe, or cosmic one." You get all these kind of special things. What you're doing is you're trying to, you're getting some kind of sense of the baby's original blissful oneness of the mother. You're trying to recreate the symbiosis. You're regressed with the pain, and you want to go back to the womb where you're blissfully one. So you're recreating that kind of blissful oneness where you're one with the universe. It means you're one with the mother in the uterus. You see, but baby doesn't remember that, and you want to recreate that. And you're an adult, so you have an intelligent mind that can remember it. Then you go, "Oh, I had this experience," and then you're all convinced that you discovered something or something. No, you just brought up something you had already. So that doesn't do it. You got to be conscious of the experience. Don't deliberately dredge up too much pain, so you get these wild ideas to numb the pain, and then you think you had some kind of special spiritual mystical experiences or whatever. Okay, no, that's just the brain helping you to quell the pain, numb the pain, and the pain created those wild ideas. So it's not about that. So to give Janov credit, he does say in his books, you don't, there's no shortcut to this. You got to respect the three-step brain. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and then 3, 2, 1. People take the mushrooms or whatever, they want to bypass it all, do it quickly. Oh, just give me back my birth trauma, bring up all that pain, let me process it. You can't process it, you're flooded, it's too much, you can't process all that pain. We can only digest a little bit at a time, I guess, right? So anyways, the proper thing to do, he calls it here, a primal experience, or a reliving experience. Okay, a reliving experience, or a reliving episode. Once one is totally in a memory, body and soul, and one has to relive a lowering of oxygen supplies at birth. Okay, that's the common thing. The common issue is the baby is not getting enough oxygen. If he's trying to come out of the canal and he's stuck there, he can't breathe, or the cord is twisted, or the mother's smoking or drinking, he's too stressed, he's not getting enough, he's in a panic, not too much stress, he's not breathing properly. So he's kind of frozen and it may lead to lifelong shallow breathing. And it may lead to lifelong PTSD. Some babies are born with PTSD. It may lead to lifelong poor posture or poor blood circulation. So we have the biological, neurochemical byproduct of this kind of trauma, right? So the idea is to heal that, have the proper experience. So that's called reliving. So we tried to live it, we couldn't, we froze. Can we go back and do it, complete it, kind of thing, right? Okay, a reliving episode. Once one is totally in a memory, body and soul, and one has to relive a lowering of oxygen supplies at birth, the system acts as though there is this enormous need for oxygen and accepts deep, heavy locomotor breathing for 30 minutes as a normal reaction. The brain system is crying out for oxygen. What brain system? The one that suffered anoxia at birth. If that early brain system is not engaged, there will be hyperventilation, dizziness, fainting, abreaction, etc. If the person does descend to that early brain system, everything is still intact as it was originally. That's the flash frozen. So that memory is flash frozen. It's stuck there. It stays there forever, waiting for you to come back and pick up on it, right? So it's you as a baby screaming, but you couldn't scream. It's frozen and it's silent and it's stuck and it's like an iceberg kind of thing. So it's still there. It's still there. And so if the person does get to that place, everything is still intact as it was originally. The memory is present and the person is quote unquote back there. He or she is reliving the event with the brain system involved at that time, and therein lies resolution. Blood pressure can go from over 200 over 110 to 120 over 80 at the end of the session. The memory has left its storehouse and has finally connected to your consciousness. We react now as we should have back then. There is obviously plenty of oxygen in the therapy room. And he has all these testimonials that people's body temperature is a little cooler. He thinks this 98.6 is kind of on the high end. And why do people say it was normal? Because a lot of people are traumatized. You ask 1,000 traumatized people, what's your body temperature? And they all have the higher one. You say that's normal. Well, if everybody's traumatized, if you're not traumatized and if you're healed, your body temperature, I think he said it was 97.9 is the proper temperature. So in other words, things are, after the primal, he says, you'll be a little cooler. With birth trauma, your whole body temperature is a little too high. You're running like a lifelong mild fever or something. And your blood pressure is too high, and your heart math is too high, and your cortisol is too high, and your serotonin is too low. And you have all these physiological issues, and he measures people's vital signs and all this. And he was big on this. He wanted to try to measure all these issues and make it scientific and biological. Yesterday's quote was, primal therapy is not a psychotherapy, it's a psychophysiological therapy. That's why some people call it Jana Freud 2.0, because Mr. Freud in the beginning wanted to make psychology like scientific with biology. Not enough data and all this, so he put it aside and went in another direction, reviewing the literature and giving interpretations, myths and fairy tales and all this, and giving some new jargon. So he gave psychology like a huge boost and all that. But he put aside his original purpose to make it more scientific with measuring people's vital signs and breathing rate and the heart math issue, right? The speed of your heartbeat between the beats is irregular. The slouching one, blood circulation, body temperature, body pressure, you name it, down the list. And yeah, and the nervous system, there's like back to the yin and the yang. That symbol of the yin and yang, I think is pretty good. There's meant to be a smooth, fluid back and forth between the sun and the moon, day and the night. Okay, the sympathetic parasystem and the parasympathetic system. So the sympathetic parasystem is a little bit the stress, the doing one, and the parasympathetic is the yin, the being one, the resting one. Okay, the sun is the doing, the moon, nighttime is the resting, and the body is meant to have like a fluid back and forth like this. Okay, like the yin-yang symbol, right? And that's normal development. So he said maybe in the daytime you're more active, and at night you can have a good rest. But with birth trauma, it can be set too strongly in one or the other, and it doesn't properly do its thing. It's not like it's not an either-or thing. So some people might be born with too much stress in the sympathetic, so they're revved up, always steam, OCD, hyperactive. Maybe it's a type A issue. Maybe they're overly extroverted. Maybe it's the manic behavior. Maybe they got to do 10 things at the same time, always blowing off steam and OCD. So they're always kind of revved up like this. So, some people are too much set in the parasympathetic, which is the energy conserving resting one. So they're maybe more laid back and and maybe they're not as active as they could be or something. And you know, we have one quote about the parasympathetic one, like they're afraid to like be assertive and say what they need and say what they want, that kind of thing. So there's meant to be like a healthy flow between the sympathetic response of the nervous system and the parasympathetic response of the nervous system. Just as day and night in the daytime, like every day there's a day and a night, okay, a season, the summer, you know, like there's a doing and a being, masculine and feminine. Just there's meant to be this kind of flow like that. But with trauma, a child may set in one or the other predominantly. So the type A one is not loving life because he's just always on the go, always charged up with all this stress, and he's always in fear, flight or fight mode. He's always in this stress kind of mode, right? He's got PTSD, in other words. If he's set too much in the sympathetic mode, he's running around PTSD all. So these guys are revved up all the time. Their bodies are body tension is very strong. They'll have very strong body tension in that area. The parasympathetic one, it's kind of like they call it the energy conserving one. They're afraid to extend energy, so they're conserving their energy, like protecting themselves. They've got to hold on to their energy, kind of thing. So they're that can have other issues, like in that area. Right? So anyway, so Freud wanted to originally study and measure people's vital signs and the waves and brain waves and heart math and all this. He put it aside, and then along comes Janov in 1970. He says, "Oh, let's do this. Now we got the knowledge. Now we can measure stuff." So they called him Freud 2.0. So that's why they called his approach a psychophysiology, because we have three brains. Everybody's forgetting about the first brain. Talk therapy is limited. Okay, some of this emotional, Gestalt feeling, say what you feel. So I think the current gambit is somatic engineering. Just repress. A lot of these feeling therapies, actually, they're meant to just repress. So they're actually doing more. Many of them are doing more harm than good. At least with the talk therapy, you're giving the scarecrow a brain. So at least you're in the right direction. It's not perfect, but at least you're moving towards healing. But if you don't give the scarecrow a brain, and you try to give the Tin Man the feelings without the scarecrow knowing what to see, then things freak out. I think you got to first things first. Give the scarecrow a brain. So Janov was saying, yeah, okay, fine. Okay, third brain, second brain. But what about the first brain? Because our trauma memories are in that first brain. And a lot of our physical symptoms, a lot of our neurotic behavior is due to the imprint of not getting mother's love. And we spend our lives searching for symbols of mother. We're searching for a symbolic mother. We're still crying for mother's love via symbols of mother. And we're not aware of it. That's the issue, right? So you turn on the TV, the televangelist says, "Send me money and you'll be saved. The breast mother will come." Whoa, where'd you get that from? So a lot of these beliefs are symbolic of mother, or you do it directly with cookies and ice cream and cigarettes and drinking and these kinds of things. Okay, let's go back to the quote here. So we react now as we should have back then. Actually, we do have a couple of quotes about the so-called primal therapy issue here, but and another key point is how the beliefs rush in to quell the pain. So there's another sort of main, the pain was too much to be felt. Ideas had rushed in to quell the pain. That idea, okay? Ideas rushed in because of the pain. So when there's pain, we get all these ideas. These ideas are symbolic mother, or the hope for love. So if we don't get love during a critical time, we spend our lives with an unconscious hope, a fulfillment of old fulfilled needs. Yeah. So here's the key quote here. I think this is Janov's best quote here. Is it showing up? I don't even know how's the lighting here. Is it showing up here? Sorry if you're not seeing it here. The unconscious hope of fulfillment of old unfulfilled needs. If the baby doesn't get his needs fulfilled during a critical time, the person will have an unconscious hope, a relentless unconscious hope of fulfillment of those old unfulfilled needs. It's an unreal hope, it's a relentless hope. Okay? So you're only searching for a symbol of mother's love, because nothing in the present is the breast mother in the past. But you're hoping it can be. That's neurosis. It doesn't work. Pain automatically makes one honest with oneself. Okay, that's the primal. If you can get to that primal, and then it does away with your unreal belief systems, right? The cookie cannot be mother's love, right? So the sweets and the candies cannot be maternal sweetness. Okay, the alcoholic spirits cannot be maternal spirit. So here's the thing: we never got and will never get what we needed as a child. So that's the greatest hurt of all. Mother failed. Mother failed me. That's called a betrayal trauma. Oh, cunning tale. She didn't give her baby what the baby needed. So if you're searching for the unreal hope, this unconscious, unrealistic, unreal, relentless hope of the fulfillment of old unfulfilled needs, that's dysfunctional. You're going to spend your life chasing for symbols of mother, not mourning the pain of it. But if you accept the pain of it, okay, and you realize it, that's called, okay, the death of unreal hope is the birth of life. So once you give up, once you realize this, that's the pregnant virgin image. There's now new potential. And now you're getting back yourself, that's the birth of new life. That's the motif. Okay, so once again, myths and fairy tales are metaphors for psychology. A major thread in our collection is the psychological interpretations of myths and fairy tales. Oh, maybe I should move over. Let me change my chair here. Yeah, hold on a second. Got the sun coming on me here. I guess I'll just go here, right? Or what if I just went here? I got all the stuff all around me. Maybe, yeah, okay, let's just do this. Yeah, that was nice of him to let me use this room. I hope that's gonna. Yeah, I do have to get out before the dinner crowd. What's the time here? Let's see. We're still okay, huh? 2:30. Yeah, I got an early start today. Again, the unconscious hope of fulfillment of old unfulfilled needs. Pain automatically makes one honest with oneself, while it does away with unreal belief systems. The greatest hurt of all. Mother failed me. She betrayed me. Oh, cunning tale. As a result, we never got and will never get what we needed as a child. You see, if you don't get it during the critical period up until the age of 3, then you go through life with this unconscious hope of fulfillment of those old unfulfilled needs. That's called symbolic acting out, or transference acting out, or repeating the cry with love for others to see if somebody in the present can be the mother for the past. A more perverse, disturbed phenomena is you make others cry for you and you say no to them because your mother said no to you. That's called identification with the aggressor. So all this nonsense, okay, the death, we got to stop. So the realization of this, if you can get enough strength to realize this, okay, then now you got something new here. Okay, the pregnant virgin. Now you're a pregnant virgin, the metaphor, right? So once you realize this unreal hope for what it is. Truly, now there's like a seed of a new life, the birth of new life, the conception of a new life. That's the metaphor there. Let's see how it goes here. Let's, when I run through today's quotes, I'll run through some of the past quotes and try to summarize or highlight some of the key quotes for the past 22 videos. Let's see how that goes here. You know, it's funny about this place. Last time I was here, I remember I struggle a little bit with this spot because sometimes they have their meetings around me. Sometimes it gets noisy around me. But I'm not complaining. No, I'm glad if you're going to use this room here. Okay, where were we before? Hang on a sec. Okay, let's just go back to the basic point. So the baby has a need for a secure attachment style. So this secure attachment style has sort of 5 kind of components to it. The 5 main components of it, as I understand it. Once again, these are all theories, speculation. Oh yeah, Robert Bly says to an audience, dear audience, 30% of what you're going to hear tonight in this lecture is wrong. It's up to you to figure out which 30%. So I've been using that line all throughout this. But with this current run of material by Janoff, it's not 30%. It's 50%. This is all new stuff for me. I got way more question marks on it. So 50% of what you're hearing in this 25 video run is wrong. It's up to you, dear listener or possible viewer, to figure out which 50% is wrong. So each person has to be their own detective. So we're just sharing clues. Each person has to be their own detective. There's no one's handing anybody kind of some set answer here. That's ridiculous. We're just sharing ideas, and each person has to brainstorm on their own. So we're brainstorming here, kind of thing. These are invitations for mutual exploration. We're trying to be a psychological detective here. All right. Here's the funny thing about that, right? The child, oh cunning tale, yeah, oh cunning tale. You know, part of this idea of being a detective is the child believes he committed some kind of invisible crime. Well, the child committed no crime, but the child thought, if his mother's not giving love, then the mother's crying for love. Everything's love or a cry for love. So the baby said, Mother, you're not loving me. What's wrong here? This is I'm very surprised here. Where are you? Where's your love? Where's my mother? Sorry, baby, I don't have it. I'm too wounded or something. I'll save you, Mother. I'll cure you. I'll fix you. I'll heal you. I'll make you be a loving mother, because the babies have magical thinking. Babies have omnipotence of thought. They think they're little gods and kings and omnipotent. They think they can do anything, right? That's the funny thing about babies. In the uterus, they think it's all about them. Solipsism. They're the universe, and in the uterus, their needs got magically met automatically. Are they like a little king, little god, a little magician? Things just get met automatically, and he's only him in there, and he's got everything. Everything happens, and it's just him. And he feels kind of like special, being in this blissful oneness with everything around him. So he feels kind of important like this. So when he comes out, Mother, oh, ouch, you're not offering, your love. I need your love and all this. Sorry, baby. Okay, I'll fix you. I'll fix you. Let's see, is this... Should I move here? Hang on a second. Oh yeah, I remember, last year, I had a couple of times and there was like a real meeting going on around me. That's okay, I just moved to the outside part, that's okay. Yeah, yesterday's video was done with the swans. That was a nice place, yeah, with the swans. Check out yesterday's video. The swans are in the background. Some of the videos are done sort of in another outdoor area with some nice flowers in the background. It's kind of nice. If they're really okay with me doing this, I might try to do more videos here if this is going to work. Because, we'll see how it goes. Okay, give me a minute here. Hold on a second. See, John, he gave me an idea. Like when I feel anxiety like this, like people talking behind me or something, and I feel a little anxious by it, I say to myself, that's the first line. That's first line. That's from the first line. That's from first line trauma. Anxiety is from the first line trauma, meaning the first brain, the first mind, okay, the salamander brain or mind, okay. So the brain, that area, that first survival side, where all the anxiety comes from, the nervous system, the physiology, the stress and all this, the cortisol, adrenaline, and all that. So if a little trigger like that, okay, I gotta tell myself, what is this? Why am I anxious? Okay, well that's you're feeling the first line, and then say to yourself, can I include the second line? Get it to the more the feeling area, the mammal area. Let the mammal integrate it and be aware of it. That's the third brain. And you want to have like a line, a fluid line between the three brains. So when something's going on, you want all three brains involved. That's one of Jano's big points. We got to have all three brains involved. Okay, so if you're feeling anxious, okay, I'm just experimenting with a self-help exercise here. So just say to yourself, okay, this is the first line thing here. This is the first line trauma. Okay, this is the brainstem issue. This is trauma in the uterus or shortly afterwards during a critical period. And we don't remember what it is. We have some sense something happened, but we don't know it, right? And then say, okay, let's include the second line. That's more like the mammal feeling area. Now you want to upgrade the sensations, the visceral responses, the anxiety and all this. Scoop it into the feelingful area and get the feelings to hold it and get the feelings to process it. So you want to get the sensations and the visceral issues into the more mammal place, and the mammal can handle it. The mammal can process it, right? And now you're conscious of all this. That's your new brain, your cortex. Now you got all three brains on the scene. You got all three brains working. That's his big point. You want to get all three brains working. Oh yeah, here's one. Yeah, we have one on anxiety here today. Let's jump to this one here. On today's quote, 2767. 1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth one. So the fifth quote in today's video, 2767, is on anxiety also. We've done a bunch already, so here's another one on anxiety. Anxiety is not, strictly speaking, a feeling. It's a sensation, a terribly uncomfortable one, begun in gestation. Oh, it accidentally rhymes here. Anxiety is not, strictly speaking, a feeling, like the mammal. He means like the mammal feeling. See, here's emotional illiteracy. The feelings, really, what kind of is meant when we say feelings, it's the mammal area. It's joy and sadness, empathy, okay, reparation, delight and pleasure, and the whole range of feelings related to the more quote-unquote human side of being human. So when we're about being our humanness, that's called feelings. If we're just in a survival mentality, that's called sensations. Although we do say fear and anger are feelings and emotions, but technically they're more about like sensational, they're physiological responses, not like feelings. Feelings come from the body, the amness, But you don't have your amness, you're in this panic of survival, then you got the sensations area, that's your anxiety area. So a good image for this is the Disney film Inside Out. Okay, joy and sadness got zooped away. That's the middle brain. That's the second line consciousness. That's the second brain, the second mind. Joy and sadness mean the feeling self. I feel that for amness self, the psychological self, feeling self, ontological self, embodiment, the feelings that emanate. Joy runs the console. Sadness could be there to mourn losses. So the joy is the sense of your beingness, and there's a pleasure there. So all of our feelings got zooped away. What was left? Okay, the survival brain. Okay, the lizard brain sensations. So the lizard brain sensations is the physiology area. The physiology area of the stress response. Right? Flight, okay, fear, okay, the anger character. Okay. And then disgust was mainly about distaste and dis-smell, kind of like also in that physiological area, like survival, like, you know, smell, is the food good and all this, that kind of stuff, right? Oh yeah, I remember the kid wasn't ready to eat broccoli, so the smell wasn't right because he's not mature enough to eat broccoli and all this, something like that. So that's maybe technically more like in the sensations, visceral kind of thing. Although we do normally call them feelings. But strictly speaking, he says here, they're not technically, strictly speaking, feelings. They're more like visceral sensations. Uncomfortable, yes, and it began in gestation. Sensations began while we were in gestation, in the uterus. Ineffable, pre-verbal. Anxiety is terror disconnected from its roots. Whoa, that's quite a line, right? Anxiety is terror disconnected from its roots. So if I'm startled or something and I'm a little shaky or something, that's terror disconnected from, where did that come from? Where's that coming from? You know, like someone cuts you off or something, or someone, you know, in a crowded place, someone maybe accidentally crossed, you know, startled you or something, whatever. And you feel some of that anxiety. Okay, that's the old terror that we felt as a baby, that we weren't going to make it, and we're not aware of it. So it's disconnected from its roots. What are the roots? The brain stem and the limbic system, the first two brains, right? The crocodile brain and the monkey brain. Okay, it's from there, because anxiety often. So this comes from traumatic events before birth. Before birth. That's why, okay, here's a sales pitch here. That's why our therapy called primal therapy addresses this primitive, non-verbal nervous system, the part of the brain that originally reacted to the intrauterine alarm. Intrauterine alarm. So here it is here, disconnected from its roots. That's, at least say that. If you feel some anxiety, like if they're going to have a meeting behind me there and they start yapping for a while, I'll be okay for a little while. But after a little while, the anxiety might come up. I got to say to myself, okay, this anxiety comes from the first line consciousness. The first line consciousness, meaning the brainstem and the limbic system. At least be aware of that. At least make that basic link, that anxiety comes from prenatal trauma. Okay? Prenatal distress syndrome, birth trauma, trauma during the critical time, especially in the first few weeks and months and all that. Or up to age 3. Okay, so let's do the second quote here. This second quote here, the lengthy one, I thought it was a solid, good general quote about trauma. So yeah, we have a thread on just the topic of trauma in general, just defining it, what is trauma and all this. Okay, traumas mean that there is more pain, either physical or psychological, than the system can integrate. We can't integrate it, we can't process it, we can't know it, hence the scarecrow. Our ego's frazzled up. Trauma means escape when there's no escape. It's too much. Things shut down. either it's too revved up or too in the fight hypervigilant area, the PTSD one, or it's sort of like the energy conserving mode of the parasympathetic one, where you just kind of lay low kind of thing all the time. Traumas mean that there is. Okay. So I'm not sure what the new arrangement is. My first time here in almost a year, so I'm not sure what the new arrangement is going to be here. Okay, traumas. How are we doing here? Traumas mean that there is more pain, physical or psychological. Remember, psychological pain. So the mother maybe doesn't physically hurt the baby, but if she's misattuned, malattuned, lets the baby cry, doesn't see the baby or looks at the baby in a non-loving way, these are like emotional issues, right? Emotional neglect, or these kind of non-physical things. The baby senses or interprets that there's no safe mother. He's out of the pack, so to quote unquote, right? Like he's alone, like kind of thing. And so he's in peril. Now, if he thinks like that, his physiological responses will kind of kick in. Although there was no physical harm done to him, it's an emotional, psychological harm. But the physiology is going to kick in the way the physiology kicks in if there's a physical danger. If the cheetah's chasing the baby will be all revved up. If the mother's not around, the baby's still revved up. So the mother not around, that's psychological, emotional, but the child revs up, thinking maybe a cheetah's going to come, but maybe there is no cheetah. Or if there was an actual cheetah, the child's going to rev up. So it's just, it doesn't really matter. Very early on, it doesn't matter. You see, that's the funny thing about that. So betrayal trauma is kind of like a physical trauma for the baby. I mean, emotional, psychological betrayal trauma, insecure attachment. That's called an insecure attachment style. An insecure attachment style. He's got to save the mother, imitate her, placate her, please her all the time, give himself up, imitate her, search for a symbolic mother while trying to save his actual mother. It's all mucked up, right? That's called insecure attachment style. Anxious, reactive, unformulated, disorganized, disassociative, etc. Traumas mean that there's more pain, okay, either psychological or physical, than the system can integrate. The system is overloaded. System overload. And it automatically tries to shut down against the pain. It tries to shut down. Fortunately, there are a series of gates operating in the brain which aid us to shut down or repress the pain. When the gates shut down, so this is like the sending, basically he's going to send the endorphins. It's like putting like a spongy, as if it were like a gate, like to block it, like a blocking or a gating or a buffering, kind of like putting a sponge over the pain. That's what you call, they keep calling it gating. I don't really like the phrase. They keep calling it gating for some slightly annoying reason. They call it gating, like the gate is shut. So there's a pain and you close the gate and the pain is there, but the gate is closed. At midlife, sometimes the pain bubbles up and breaks the lock and it comes out in Freudian slips, physical issues, a nervous breakdown, then there's like it comes up at midlife usually. So the gate can only hold it down for so long. Burglar calls it like a sponge kind of thing. Hang on a sec. Look, fortunately there are a series of gates operating in the brain which aid us to shut down or repress the pain. Repress the pain. So that means we're going to be unconscious. When there's repression, we're not going to be aware of it. It's unknown to us. When the gates shut down a trauma, there is a split or a disconnection between the affect or the feeling of the painful experience and the knowledge of it. Okay, that's the scarecrow and the tin man. They're disconnected. The disconnected pain continues on as a reverberating circuit, constantly affecting the system in one way or another. So just because we don't feel the pain, it's still operating. It's the puppet master. That repressed pain, Bergler calls it the puppet master, because it's going to make the guy reach for a cigarette or for a cookie, and the guy doesn't even know it. Who's doing it? Who's making him open the cupboard? He's not physically hungry. He's not physically hungry, but he's reaching for the refrigerator door, and he's going to open up the refrigerator door and look for food. But he's not physically hungry. Who's doing it? The pain is doing it. So the pain is like a power like that, right? So it's still reverberating underneath, affecting us in one way or another. It makes us act out. It makes us look for cookies and ice cream and all this. And it will do so for the rest of our lives until this is resolved. So the pain will lead to psychosomatic symptoms, fill in the blank, okay, body tension, and of course the more serious ailments later on, which means appropriate linkage to its cognitive counterpart. So to resolve this means we got to link it to the third brain. Link it to the third brain. It takes a constant flow of energy to keep the pain sequestered. The more pain and the higher its charge value or valence, the greater the amount of energy needed for its repression. So there may be more maybe more body armor, more tension, more acting out, more beliefs, more wild beliefs, right? Sending more money to the televangelist, whatever form it takes. Right? When you consider all the possible pains in our lives, prenatal trauma, birth trauma, some children have surgeries, childhood illnesses maybe, etc. And then plus the psychological, if the mother's narcissistic, she never listens to you, gaslights you, etc. Each time in our childhood when our needs are left unattended, the weight of repression grows. For example, if we are ignored, left to cry it out in the crib, that's trauma. If the baby's mother, let him cry it out in the crib. That's trauma. He shouldn't even be in the crib in the first 4 to 5 months, number one. So no crib for the first 4 to 5 months. For the first 4 to 5 months, the baby sleeps on the mother in a constant skin-to-skin contact. That's the blissful oneness continues. So if the baby's removed, put in a crib afterwards, that'll do it. Or sometimes the baby's forced to walk too soon or talk too soon, or there's no tenderness, no touch, that kind of thing, no hugs. And then later on, the child can't say his feelings and all this. Even during the dinner time, he can't say what's going on, or he's criticized and belittled and all these kinds of things. So we are forcing the system to expend more energy into service of repression. So long as we are young, the body seems to meet this extra energy demand, and the child doesn't experience his pain for the first half of life. So for the first half of life, the body can numb it. We can numb it with our busy lifestyle or acting out or pursuit. But at midlife, there's an onset. It starts to come up. It starts to come up. Then we begin the second life, the second journey of midlife. So in the Odyssey, this is when Poseidon says to Odysseus, it's coming up now. Who are you? All the energy that you've buried is coming up here. So as discussed in the last video. Like that last video wasn't too bad. I was saying, geez, this video is not a very good video. I played parts of it back. That's funny, it wasn't so bad actually. It actually might be a better one than this one. I can hear them yapping in the background, you know. Well, this is exactly what happened to me last time here. They sometimes have their breaks and things. Let's, before I get anxious by all the yapping that goes on behind me. I mean, this is their workplace. I'm not gonna. I'm just glad to use this for any portion of time here. Hold on a sec. Maybe I'll take it outside here. I might do a part of the video outside, then I'll come back in a few minutes. Is that okay? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Okay, let's do the third one here. Children can shout "mommy, mommy" for hours, and parents. Oh, here's another example of a mother's soul blindness. Okay, not seeing the feelings and needs of not treating their children as a person in their own right with feelings and needs. That's called soul blindness. So here's another example. Children can shout "mommy, mommy" for hours, and parents go on talking to other adults or looking in shop windows as though the children didn't exist. They wouldn't think of treating other adults like that. But to neurotic women, to neurotic mothers, children have no rights, few rights. Some neurotic parents only enjoy their children when they perform somehow, but few of them enjoy themselves in a relationship where the child is just himself. So more on neurosis. Neurotics cannot let people be themselves because they must make them into what they need. The parents' unfulfilled primal needs are implicit commands to the children. Look at the children closely, and we often see what the parents need. That's a tough one, right? Look at here. So look at the children closely, and you will often see what the parents need. Right? So if the parents are depressed, if the children are depressed, the parents are depressed, and they want to see it externalized to not feel it within. So whatever's going on with the children, that's an expression of what the parents need. If the child is angry, the parents created it because they're afraid to express their anger, so they use their children as a proxy for their anger expression. The neurotic tries to master the past by symbolically manipulating the present. You see, they're trying to control the present, thinking they're going to change the past, because for the neurotic, the present is the past. So they're using the children to try to master their past problem. So long as people have no inner access to the painful truth, they must operate from the third brain. Yeah, so remember the three brains? Okay, that's the human brain, the third brain, the third line. So long as people have no inner access to the painful truth, they must operate from the ideation brain, the third brain, alone. Pain is the price we pay for the truth. And the quote-unquote sin is like missing the mark. He means it that way, right? You missed something. You missed the mark. Right? In archery, they say you missed it, right? So the price we pay, pain is the price we pay for truth, and missing the mark, okay, quote-unquote, the sin, is the failure to feel that truth. We missed the mark, i.e., the failure to be ourselves. So if you're not connecting to your feelings, you're missing the mark, and that's a sin. We refrain from cruelty to our children, not because to hurt them is wrong, but because a feeling person cannot hurt anyone else. Okay, so normally when you feel, you're not, according to that, you're not going to hurt anyone. If you have your feelings, you don't hurt anyone. You don't need to tell them it's wrong, because they have their feelings. If somebody doesn't have their feelings, now you're imposing all these rules on people because they don't have feelings. But once people have feelings, you don't need to tell them the obvious, right? Yeah, so for example, religion, when it's being used as a tool of the global pillage system, it spreads the kind of anti-feeling ideology which produces immoral behavior, for example, drunkenness. So the purpose of religion, when it's being used as a tool of the pillage system, is to prevent feeling, is to block healing. Now, if you don't have feeling, now you're going to do immoral things. Right? Feeling people cannot harm others or even animals because they can feel, they experience the impact of their every act. They can feel the pain of others, and it would not do anything to hurt them. Feeling people don't want more than they need. In a feeling society, each person is doing his own thing. That thing doesn't involve exploiting others. Feelings are the only moral principles for natural man. They direct him to be honest, considerate, kind, thoughtful, generous, etc. When neurosis prevents feeling, when man is frustrated and angry and cannot trust what he feels, then he needs to be kept in check by morality and rules and all this. Neurotic man cannot be kind or considerate and have all the virtues we usually extol in any real way. Yeah, so the virtues come from feelings. If you don't have, if you tell people to have virtues, but they don't have feelings, it's not going to be authentic. A primal is a total feeling with memory, and apprehension is a memory about a feeling without connection. Okay, so back to the fake issue of apprehension. So that's blowing off the tension caused by the pain caused by not feeling. Then you're discharging the pain, beating the pillow, that's an apprehension. So it's some kind of memory, but there's no feeling related to that memory, and you don't even really have the true memory there. You need both. You need the feeling and the memory, and the connected. There's got to be a connection between the scarecrow and the Tin Man. They got to be connected. If there's a gap there, then it's an apprehension. If they're connected, then you can have a primal feeling. It is possible to be in pain, but not to suffer. It is possible to be in pain, but not to suffer. This is the situation of the client with a frontal lobotomy. He feels pain but doesn't suffer. His attitude is, I know it's there, but so what? Okay, this is also the situation in neurosis. So he sometimes says neurosis, kind of like hypnosis, it's like a mini mild metaphorical lobotomy. It's not literally a lobotomy, but it's like a if you're going through life numb, it means it like that. So I think these 5 words here is a good conclusion. Feelings provide us with ourselves. We want to give us back our feelings, then we get back ourselves. Feelings provide us with ourselves. Yeah, so today's sort of a lighter load, actually. Just some general quotes about feelings and all this. He makes a big deal about this. Like, why do parents need to run to the self-help bookstore, the parenting section, and buy all these techniques and rule books, how to be a parent? Because they're out of touch with their feelings. If they have contact with their feelings, everything's natural for them. Let me bring back the quotes. Yeah, let's just stay here. Let me get the 22 quotes. I only have today's quotes. Let me go back to the room and get back the other quotes here. And we'll just read some quotes here. Oh, she's not there. Okay, maybe I can see her after all. Oh, in that case, let me get it back here. Hold a second. Oh, both spots are okay. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, so what we just read was TQ 2767, part 23 of 25. And okay, let's just let's see if we can do a bit of a review of Janoff's work here. It's hard to do his work justice in one video, so I feel like I want to include some of the key quotes here. Oh, let's do this one again. The unconscious hope. Let's do that quickly again. So how does the person symbolically still look for mother's love? How does that work? So the unfinished business with the mother, he calls it the struggle with the mother. So Brody calls it unfinished business with the mother, he calls it the struggle with the mother. He's continuing it in the present with the symbols of the mother. That's why we're neurotic. We're still searching for the love that we didn't get back during that critical period. Because the brain, that first two brains doesn't know time. It doesn't understand time. So all time is that time. And today's quote here, the neurotic doesn't know time. What is it? Where is it again? Today, it's in here. It's in today's one. It's in today's one. Yeah, for the neurotic, the past is the present. For the neurotic, the past is the present. The present is sometimes called the presenting past. We recreate in the present our childhood because of the pain we're feeling. We're looking for linkages between the three brains. We're looking for narrative medicine. Narrative medicine is a story that includes the three lines of consciousness. Your sensations. What are my sensations? Shallow breathing. Poor posture, sweating too much. You gotta somehow link the three and then upgrade it to get it into the mammal area, the feeling, and be conscious of the third brain. Narrative medicine. So there's a thing called repetition compulsion. When the child doesn't get his needs met, because there's no time, he's trying to get his needs met. Mother, where's your love? Oh, cunning tale, she didn't do it. Mother, where's your love? The pain causes the repetition. Okay. So past the critical period, Nothing in the present can be that mother in the past. So we transit the past into the present and continue the struggle or the cry for love or the unfinished business with the mother with others in the present. Now, others in the present, okay, this is sort of benign. You just expect too much from others. It doesn't work. So you're disappointed again and again and again. You try again and again. This is called relentless hope. It's an unrealistic, symbolic representation of what you needed back in the past. It's relentless, it's dysfunctional, it's painful, it's childlike, okay, and you can spend half your life doing this until you wake up at midlife and go, what's going on here? And then now you're the hero. So once you say to yourself, what's going on here? Okay, you just initiated yourself to the hero's journey. Now, a more perverse, more difficult challenge is when people cry for the love in its flipped way. That's the more perverse, psychotic way of doing it. Because what they're doing is they don't want to feel the pain of mother hurting them anymore. They want to play the one who rejects themselves. Remember, it's fused. The self and the mother are fused. It's blurred. It's one. It's meshed. It's all meshed up, but there's two there. So in a new situation, they play the shaming mother who shames themselves. So they don't want to feel that anymore. So the trick is they'll find others as a proxy for them. They'll play the shaming mother, get others to cry, and they, as the rejecting mother, says no. They're replaying the memory of mother saying no to them. So they're still crying for love, but they don't do it directly. It's too painful to do it directly. So they get others to cry for love, but they don't even see it. They made it happen via evocation of a proxy. You evoked it in someone else to do it for you. And again, proxy means someone who feels for you, does something for you, plays a role for you. Well, I much prefer it here, yeah. I handled that pretty discreetly, right? I said, well, I'm going to talk outside for a bit and I'll come back a little. Is that okay? No, I came back, she's not around. I don't know. Yeah, it's been a year since I've been here, yeah. Only, two of the staff I recognize, yeah. Yeah, the others are new. I think they rotate them around or something, or they get promoted or things. Some people leave. Usual kind of turnover kind of thing. Oh, but I love this place. This has been one of the nicest places for these guys here. Yeah, I always have a feeling of gratitude to the places that accommodate me a little bit, if they have us. And they see that I'm hypersensitive. I don't want to bother anybody, interrupt anybody. I think when maybe they kind of notice that or something. Just cleaner, okay. I think so we're doing 25 videos. That's going to be 250 quotes. I think the number one quote is this first one here. I keep referring to it. I think this is a good summary of it all. This first one here, the number one Janoff quote. If you look on YouTube, type in Arthur Janoff, what the first quote that comes up as his main defining quote is religion is legalized madness. You know, I haven't even found where the source of that is. I think it's this one. I think this is the main one, this first one here. So, the unconscious hope of fulfillment of old unfulfilled needs. But past the critical time is only going to be symbolic. So the benign way is you play yourself and expect too much from others. You'll be disappointed, you replay the disappointment. So that's dysfunctional. You're still living in the past, the present's still the past, right? Neurotics still think the present is the past, the present is the past. You're still stuck in the past, dwelling in the past, lingering in the past, because you didn't live it, you didn't get your needs met, and you're still looking for those needs. Okay, so the goal of therapy is to mourn it, to admit it, to mourn it. The death of unreal hope, that's called mourning. It's a loss. Then pregnant virgin, image, metaphor, just metaphor, just metaphor. Pregnant virgin, image, metaphor. Now you're pregnant with new potential. Yeah? Now you got the new life that's available to you. Now there's a new life, and now it's coming to you. That's the second life. So you had joy, you had your golden ball, it went down, you want to get it back. So when it went down, you were searching in an unrealistic way to get it. When you realize it's not going to work, that pause, now there's potential, then it's you want the return. Oh, back. Okay, let's run through some of these. Oh, sorry. So the more perverse way of searching for symbolic mother is called identification with the aggressor. The more benign way, it's more direct way, you just expect too much. So the perverse way is one of the common features of one of the stinger personality patterns. So when the trauma takes place, when the flash frozen freezing takes place prior to 18 months. 18 months seems to be a critical time because that's normally a normal development. 18 months is the time when the child no longer believes he's a little god, little king on the throne, all about him, everything for him, only him, everything serves him, everything's about him. Primary, sounds familiar with narcissism. So that's the issue. If the child didn't get enough love and he's frozen prior to 18 months, he's still stuck in that narcissistic place. And the quote-unquote more human side of being human, the mammal feeling side, okay, they reject it because it was rejected in them. And they're just playing in a survival mode. And their slogans are my greedy, your greed, if I find. And so the greedy, envies, of course they're angry, spite, vindictiveness, schadenfreude, grievance collecting, Burglar calls it injustice collecting. Now they don't mourn, so if there's a loss, there's the denial, contempt, and sour grapes. Didn't need them anyways. So the humor is dark humor, shaming humor. Okay, cynicism, schadenfreude inflates their grandiosity. Okay, because they're going to play little God again. They're going to take refuge in that old, once upon a time place where they were on the throne. So if they're always using dark humor, okay, that means they're putting others in a shamed down place because they feel that. They project their shamed downness in their fantasy to others and say, you're no good, you're this, you're that, you're no good. Okay, they're talking about themselves, they don't want to feel it. So Adler's famous line is the inferiority complex is a defense against the inferiority complex, or emotional sadism is a defense against emotional masochism. So that's like a shall I compare thee to an onion kind of thing. So their unloved self they see onto others and they play the shaming mother. If they play the shaming mother, they get the blissful oneness with her. So it's addictive. That's why hate and greed and envy is addictive, and they're just addicted to hate. They're addicted to greed, they're addicted to envy, they're addicted to spite and schadenfreude, dark humor, black humor. They're addicted to this whole, I'm okay and you're no good. And it's addictive because it replays and recycles the blissful oneness with the mother. Even if that blissful oneness was only in the uterus. All babies in the uterus have a blissful oneness with the mother. It's an ecstatic, exciting feeling. So if they're recreating that oneness with the mother, they're getting a blip of that, so that they're unknowingly addicted to this. The baby's not addicted. It's just a natural thing that goes through. But if it doesn't get to past that phase and you're going back to it all the time, okay, then it becomes addictive because you become dependent on it, and that's all you're looking for, kind of thing. So those are the stinger personality patterns. They reject the quote-unquote more human side of being human, the mammal, the puppy brain, the chimpanzee brain. They're mainly thinking like the lizard. In yesterday's quote, yeah, you can't talk feelings with a lizard, he said. We're not calling people that. We're just saying they're thinking in a survival mode, the way the salamander only thinks about survival and all this. That's a sign of trauma. So anybody who thinks, I'm okay, you're not okay, okay, that's a sign of trauma, because they're rejecting themselves. They'll see themselves to others and reject others to replay how the mother rejected them. Burglar calls this a negative magic gesture. And you can spend your whole life getting others to cry for you, and you play the mother who says no to you. Oh yeah, okay. The more benign way is if the child is traumatized post 18 months, but prior to 36 months. So they play themselves. They just prod others or goad others to reject them. So they're not hurting others, they're just reliving the emotional masochism. So again, emotional masochism. The baby gets some kind of pleasure with the mother, but he's got to accept the pain of it. So they're still in that kind of place. So the clingers and the pleasers and the caretakers and all that, they're not hurting others, they're just expecting others to reject them, and they recreate it and manufacture it through their expectations and self-fulfilling prophecy and goading people to reject them, because they want to recreate how the mother rejected them. That's how they're crying for love. In the beginning, mother rejected them, the baby cried for love, mother said no. So with others, they say, please love me, others say, I can't, you want too much, no. So you're just recreating it, and the clinger's doing this to know that the mother rejected him. Now when the more perverse psychotic way, the prior way, prior to 18 months, it's harder to see that. It's harder to see that. With the clingers, you can see it, that they're acting childlike. They're in the direct, it's like direct, it's like a continuous direct thing that they were doing originally. Baby cried for love, mother said no. They go through life wanting love, others say no. They just recreate that. So it's kind of easier to see it that way. But the more perverse, disturbed, twisted way, the flipped way, it's a psychotic way, a secret psychotic, a secret perversion, they call it perverse thinking. It's double think, it's flipped around. It's a desperate measure to deal with the the metaphor, because the mother's scene is so frightening, and you act like her, okay, and then you shame yourself, others play you and you're shaming them, and then you feel like in this timeless place, so you think you live forever. That's why the deal with the who makes you feel you live forever. You don't understand time, because the reptiles don't know time, puppies don't know time, chimpanzees don't know time, so you're still in that limbic kind of place, and you're rejecting the consciousness to integrate it all. So you're still in that unconscious repetition compulsion. Although you use your conscious side, okay, your third brain is there to create excuses for it, but you're still there in the emotional timeless place. So all you're using is your third brain is for us to make excuses, BS, propaganda, rhetorics, lies, tricks, lies, and more tricks, duplicity, lie. All that's there to repress the pain of it all and to keep this addiction going. And you create excuses and manufacture lies, duplicity, and there's a whole area on that. It's called rationalization. You want to give the appearance of being reasonable. Shall I compare thee to an onion? Underneath the appearance of being reasonable is being unreasonable. That's the secret psychosis. Okay, shaming others, thinking that by doing so, there'll be a time machine. You'll go back to the past and get mother's love. That's psychotic thinking. But they do it. They hurt others, because if they don't, mother's going to eat them. So. Okay, so let me refer you to the last video for more on that point of how the baby creates an image of the mother as a devouring monster, like the Boar Queen or the Cyclops or the witch. So the witch won't eat me image in Hansel and Gretel. So the baby's nursing. If the mother's doing it okay, his paradise continues. He's in heaven. Breastfeeding is a matter of heaven and hell for the baby. There's no middle ground. It's either or with the baby. So he needs an extended paradise. He needs an extended heaven. If the mother's doing it okay, he's in heaven. If the mother's missing it, not around, resentful, uses the bottle instead, then he's in rage, projects his rage and oral greed now to the mother, makes the mother a monster. Now he's in hell. He denies it, hallucinates the goddess one, and tricks himself that he's in heaven to feel safe, because he needs an extended pair. It's a lie, but it's a trick called the splitting mechanism. He creates two mothers, goddess and demon, unrealistic, Alice in Wonderland, because he has no human mother to relate to. So he's dealing with gods and demons in his dream world. So if he identifies with the aggressor, he says, well, if I'm not going to be greedy, my mother's going to eat me. He transfers the greedy, hungry wolf mother onto everybody. He says, well, my greedy, your greed. And that's actually a slogan of trauma. on YouTube, you can see it there. The short sellers were saying, well, if we don't plunder, my mother's going to eat me. Psychotic stuff. And we're destroying the planet in the process, right? Yeah, Janif also makes a few references to this area. But we don't really talk too much about the sociological side of things. With the one exception of TQ 2725, part 3 of 3, a thing called the 48 symptoms of Homo traumicus, Homo sapien traumicus, or Homo short-salicus, Homo economicus, Homo secret-psychoticus, whatever people are calling it. We became a traumatized version of ourselves. Accidentally, it's all an accident. It's all a kind of accident that we traumatize ourselves. And if we're traumatized, we're searching for symbolic love. In the process, things are being wrecked because of greed and envy. It's called Grenby. So the stingers have a lot of Grenby. So the baby thinks mother hated his goodness. He identifies with the mother. To have a mother, the condition, he's got to hate goodness. If he sees goodness, he's got to see it wrecked because mother wrecked his goodness. Mother took his soul land, identifies with that, and steals other people's land to symbolize how mother took their soul land. We all live in a psychic house called the soul castle. Our embodiment is like our home, it's like our inner land. Mother stole it. We identify with her in a process known as identification with the aggressor. Okay? And then we repeat the cry, mother, I need love for my blossoming inner garden to grow. No, she squelched it. They become the squelcher. Others have land over there. Mother took their land. They say, oh, if there's something good, if there's land, then it's ours. And they create a slogan called Principle of Discovery. And it seems to be that there was more trauma in places where there was less sun. I don't know, that big question mark there. So people say, well, if we have a shade of beige tone of skin, it belongs to us because when mother had a baby, she took everything from the baby. She took their soul, she took the baby's trust, she took the baby's inner land, she took the baby's goodness. She took it all, right? So they identify with the aggressor and they want to take. So being greedy, it's a negative magic gesture. It's symbolic, acting out. Nothing in the present, post age 3, can correct what happened in the past. Only mourning can do it. The only thing to do is to mourn the loss. The death of unreal hope is the birth of new life. Otherwise, we're in this unconscious hope of fulfillment of old unfulfilled needs. This unconscious hope of fulfillment of old unfulfilled needs makes us neurotic. It's dysfunctional. It's causing all these problems. It creates poverty because mother gave them poverty. They give others poverty. Jesus Christ, right? That's feelings of people in poverty because mother gave. The baby creates an image in their mind of the mother who gave them emotional poverty. So they identify with that. The symbolization is others are in poverty to symbolize their emotional poverty. So it's all this symbolism that's going on. Okay, let's go back to the quotes here. Oh yeah, we mentioned the thing about the mock therapy and the pseudo therapy, the abreaction, right? So many people who do what I call pseudo or mock primal therapy simply get people to beat on the walls, scream and cry out of context. Their screaming and crying is directed from outside. You know, somebody telling you to do this. Okay, beat the pillow. Rather than emanating from the imprint of the old traumas. One has tried to deceive themselves with little success. Yeah, so if the weekend scam, if the used car salesman will come to my workshop, I'll help you. Okay, beat the pillow. Well, that's like from the outside. Okay, you got to get to the imprint and go from there. So Althea Horner makes the point as well. She says, if people are beating a pillow, well, understand something. Why are you angry? Well, joy and sadness got zooped away. The feelings got zooped away. Why did joy and sadness get zooped away? Feelings and needs. Because the need, the primal need for a secure attachment style wasn't met. So joy and sadness got zooped away because the need wasn't met. So anger is an expression of unmet needs, says Marshall Rosenberg, popular another self-help guy. He passed away I don't know, 20 years ago or something. Yeah, he's a, actually Rosenberg's a little bit like Janov. He also created a whole self-help empire. Teaching people how to make an I statement. So he wasn't about healing anything. He was just about the practical consciousness raising idea that feelings and needs are linked. In general terms, when needs are met, your feelings are pleasant. When needs are unmet, your feelings are unpleasant. That's all he did. That's all he did. He made $1 million just teaching people that simple message. So it's called, he packages that in a thing called OFNR. OFNR. Observation, feelings, needs, requests. Right? So observation, something in the present triggers you. You observe it. What triggered you? Right? Like if the staff there get carried away behind me or something, loud sounds or sudden loud sounds or something. Okay, that might trigger me. It's that observation. I heard loud conversation. That's actually a judgment if you say it's that. I heard people talking behind me. Okay, observation. Kind of make a neutral. Right? Okay. Then that brought up an old fear. So the O is in the present. It zooms you back to the past. F and N. So unmet need and feelings. So the present is the trigger. The observation is stimulus. It's the trigger. They did no harm. It's benign, a harmless little thing. But it reminds you of something in the past. So you identify it. So let's try that example. So I heard, if I hear, so before I heard the staff talking and all this, okay, it can remind me of a childhood need to feel safe. I had a need for safety, and that wasn't met. I was scared. And that's what comes up, the anxiety, that's what comes up. Then the request. Okay, then, okay, well, what are my options? I can ask myself, what am I on? Well, I can go to the other room, I can go to the other table over there, or something like that. That's all he did. That's all he did. People paid him all kinds of money just to teach him OFNR, O-F-N-R. A variation of it, a better version of it, ironically, is by Susan Campbell in TQ 2360. Go to TQ 2360. She calls it the unilateral repair statement. I think it's a little more detailed, a little better. I think you got to blend them both in. You got to blend in OFNR and Susan Campbell. She wrote that in her 80s, by the way, Susan Campbell. It comes from her book, From Triggered to Tranquility. So nothing's about healing any imprint. It's just a practical self-help thing that if you're triggered in the present, okay, well, identify it. Well, something in the past, identify the need, name the need, specifically name the need. Usually it's safety or connection or to, someone to talk to or affiliation or friendship. You name the specific need, right? Usually safety, connection, etc. It wasn't met as a child. Then you felt scared, angry. That's what's coming up. That's what's being triggered up. And then the request part brings you back to the present. And then maybe you can think about options and what are your options? Oh no, O-N-O, options, not obligations. You've got options. Well, I can change the table kind of thing. Yeah, so as mentioned before, I think what happened, my guess is, because of the celebrity endorsements for Janov, there were millions of people wanted this, but he was overwhelmed. So then you had all these spin-off things. Weekend workshop, oh, we'll help you. Come, pay your money. Here, beat the pillow. Out of context, not connected to your feeling. Looks very dramatic. Well, fine, I got your money. They don't care. Next group. And the whole 70s was like this. Right? The growth therapist and weekend seminar have been able to make part of primal behavior socially acceptable. That is, the actual pain imprint has been disconnected from all of its physiologic and physical manifestations so that a person can, be dramatic, act out all of the pain without feeling it. You're not feeling it. He can release the energy of the pain Okay? He can release the energy of the pain without ever really understanding that this is a pain he's releasing. Yeah, so all this beating the pillow thing, all you're doing is releasing the pain. So the pain is not the feeling. The pain comes from not feeling. This is the attraction, seduction, and beauty of all this. The problem is it doesn't work. As one novelist put it, when you get on the wrong trail, every stop you make is the wrong one. We are prisoners of our childhood, reacting to realities that no longer exist, or more accurately, recreating old realities over and over again. Okay, that's the struggle with the mother. You're recreating the old struggle with the mother again and again with others. Now you can play her and get others to play you, and you say no to you. You're recreating the old problem. That's neurosis. Okay, maybe let me just limit it a little bit here. Yeah, the access to first line consciousness. That's the first brain, right? The reptile brain, the salamander brain, okay, the lizard brain. Access to the first line consciousness. Like when I feel anxiety, I say to myself, okay, this is first line consciousness. Okay, the visceral sensations, right? First line consciousness. The access to first line consciousness is one of the major contributions of primal therapy to healing the soul. This access means there is no exchange of one symptom for another, so as commonly occurs in other therapies. Yeah, neurotics reroute their pain either into symptoms, physical symptoms, or acting out. Primal therapy is not a psychotherapy, rather it's a psychophysiological one. Okay, the two brains there. Each of the three brains, or levels of consciousness, or three minds, or brain-body zones, is associated with a contribution to the total consciousness of the person. We don't want them to be split, right? Neurosis, a disorder of feelings, evolves in relation to painful experiences in infancy and childhood, which are causal in splitting the three levels of consciousness, one from the other. Implied in this formulation is that brain mechanisms exist which can and do carry out this gating or blocking function such that limited learning results. There's neurophysiologic data supporting the existence of a tripartite consciousness and the systems which gate between them. Yeah, so there's a delicate balance here. We need the gating if there's too much pain. But if there's too much gating, then we're going to stay unconscious, and the pain that's gated functions like a puppet master that gets us repeating. Oh yeah, yesterday we talked about the pipe smoker. A pipe smoker may spend his adult life sucking on a pipe and never feel his early oral deprivation. The pipe is a symbol for the nipple. The cigarette, the cigar, it's a symbol for the nipple. Okay? The strength of the adhesion, like your dependency, like clinging, okay, to the symbol, to this teddy bear, is a direct result of the amount of pain involved in the deprivation. So I think the example was the mother was hurting the baby. The baby was looking for the nipple. He used his thumb. That's a symbol of the nipple. That's a betrayal. Mother betrayed the baby. That's a betrayal. If the child's sucking his thumb, that's a betrayal. She betrayed the baby. No baby should suck their thumb. As a symbol for where's the missing nipple. Never had the proper breastfeeding experience. He's 4 or 5 years old. He's sucking his thumb or something like that. Jesus Christ. Why are so many mothers betraying their babies? Well, they're trying to say that when they were a baby, they were betrayed by their mother. They're communicating them. Now, they themselves are meant to notice this themselves, that if they're betraying their child, the mother's meant to know that they were betrayed by their mother. Now you go on YouTube, type in Bruce Springsteen, Toronto Independence Day, and listen to the introduction he gives to that song. That's the first quote in our thread on forgiveness. So, yeah, one of the main components of healing is forgiveness. Okay, find out their story, find out their humanness, get their true story. Okay, we talked about this yesterday, right? This one here. When the cortex is activated by upsurging feelings, yeah, so when you're triggered, right, the third line brain gets busy. It races, manufactures ideas and beliefs, and in general does what it can to attenuate the onrush. Yeah, so if I'm triggered, you know, okay, they're talking, I'm triggered, let's say, my cortex is busy. Can I process this? Can I numb it? Can I go to another place? What old fear is coming up? How do I attenuate this? How do I manage this? Okay, do I create beliefs? Do I say negative? Okay, now, part of the beliefs is you can label them. You can say, so you can engage in the superiority complex to inflate your grandiosity as a defense against being shamed from the past. When the baby's shamed in the past, he reverts to the time in the uterus. He's on the throne. That's called infantile megalomania. Cynicism gratifies infantile megalomania. So if a person's triggered, they might become very cynical. That gratifies infantile megalomania, the regression to the safety time of the blissful oneness with the mother when they were on the throne and they were a little king and they owned the whole thing, right? Including the mother. It's not simply pain that we're running away from, it's our whole childhood history, our narrative, our story. We're afraid of our story. Discharging the energy of feelings is not the same as expressing your feelings. So that's the key here, right? That's called abreaction. This is the pseudo thing, the mocking thing. This is like the drama queen. This is not real. This is like a little bit like, right? Discharging the energy of your feelings. It's not quite the same as expressing your feelings. When you express your feelings, it's a genuine relief. Memory for pain can be recorded at a biological level. Events are registered on the physiological level before recall memory is possible. Okay, well, let's not get it. Let's not do the endorphins and the serotonin and the oxytocin part for this time around. Feelings are us. This is the ultimate meaning of finding yourself. Okay, feelings are us. This is the ultimate meaning of finding yourself. For example, if we discover we were unloved at age 4, then we are finding our true self. The aim in any therapy is to give you back your real self. It's to give you back your feelings. Get your feelings back. That's the same as getting yourself back. Okay, here's a good symbolic one. Breastfeeding, an absolute essential for a healthy child. If we don't get it when we need it, we can spend a lifetime looking for symbols of mothers' breasts in a vain attempt at unconscious fulfillment. Emotional eating won't do it, drinking beer won't do it, etc. What the neurotic needs is to connect with himself. Why does a past need or feeling generalized to the present because it was not fully felt specifically. If a young child could have felt, "I'll never be loved by my mother," then he would not have covered over the hurt and tried unconsciously to get mother love out of others. The teacher, for example, the child would have felt a specific deprivation, something between him and his mother. Because the child cannot face and feel that he is unloved, he does what he can to fulfill the need vicariously. The need drives him to get love where he can. His behavior generalizes to others. Same with his anger. Okay, these outlets are neurotic because they're only symbolic of the original situation. Symbolic. No altering or satisfaction of symbolic behavior, greed and how much fame, prestige, money, all this stuff, symbolic of mother. No satisfaction of symbolic behavior is going to change the neurotic pattern, the imprint. A person who had a need to be listened to patiently by parents too flighty and or preoccupied to do so may later lecture to thousands who sit listening attentively. And yet this need to be listened to will not change one iota. It will change only when the reality of feeling how he needed his parents' attention is experienced together with the pain of how little attention he received from them. If he felt unheard in the critical time, and he has millions of people listening to him, he still feels unheard. Marilyn Monroe, Janoff says, didn't get the love in the critical period. So later on, she got admiration from millions of men. It didn't change the imprint. The symbolic love post the critical period can't change the imprint. So in this example, the imprint was the parents did listen to them. So he became a lecturer, had thousands of people listen to them attentively. He still felt unheard. It doesn't work. Okay? So missing mother's goodies and all this, and the person gets $1 billion, he still feels unloved. And there was a quote about that. Some billionaire guy said he still feels unloved. Right? Neurosis is driven by lower brain centers. Okay, the first and second brain, the old brain. First line consciousness, second line consciousness. Okay, crocodile brain and puppy brain. Neurosis is driven by lower brain centers that are trying to communicate to the left new cortex, okay, the human brain, but can't because a disconnection has occurred. A disconnection caused by the imprint of an early lack of love that spells hopelessness and helplessness. For instance, the limbic system, the brain's second level, is able to react all on its own before the new brain is even engaged. So we react systemically before the new brain is even aware of what's happening. It is not ideas coming from the new brain that drive a reaction within our bodies and nervous system, but emotional processes that are unfolding neurochemically from the limbic system. James McGaugh points out how heavy emotion catecholamines, altering chemicals, the neurojuices of vigilance, are secreted, which tend to seal in the memory, in effect, inscribe it in the brain, imprint it in the brain, stamp it in the brain. It becomes the imprint. blueprint. It means that emotional trauma is locked into our systems as a psychophysiologic event. It's not just psychological or physical, but both at once. For example, somebody says, "No one wants me." That can endure because it was too much to feel and integrate at the time. So if the baby was unloved and unwanted, it could be a lifetime thing. And love outside the critical period cannot make permanent changes in the neurobiological system. Then the person becomes addicted to substitute fulfillment. The client must eventually feel the lack of love she underwent in childhood. It is the pain of feeling no love that lifts the repression. All of this symbolic stuff keeps unloved from being felt. Once the suffering is felt, the trauma loses its force. If there were any way that an imprint can be erased, it would be in bringing the trauma up to the prefrontal area for integration. Okay, again with the idea is, if the pain is so steeped in the unconscious, it can be absorbed by the unreal belief systems of belief. In this case, the person doesn't suffer. Instead, she may adopt wild ideas such as belief in the occult, anything, whatever. They'll believe in alien, any far out thing, it doesn't matter. Anything except the reality. The more pain, the more wild the beliefs to repress the pain. Okay, this is back to the sympathetic and parasympathetic. The hypothalamus controls the two divisions of the autonomic nervous system, the parasympathetic and the sympathetic. The sympathetic system directs energy-using processes such as the flight or fight response. It mobilizes us, raises body temperature, reduces peripheral circulation to conserve blood for the muscles, which may explain a pale face or cold hands and feet, increased sweat, frequent urination, for example. By contrast, the parasympathetic branch controls energy-conserving processes. A healthy person has a good balance, yin-yang, fluid balance between the two systems, day and night. Ideally, the two work together in harmony so that we are more sympathetic during the day and more parasympathetic during sleep. But birth trauma or a harsh childhood can push us in one direction or the other. The parasympaths, for example, are more sluggish, maybe. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that one. Okay, let's just leave that one. When pain is imprinted, the system may overstimulate the frontal cortex. This is when we see OCD behavior as the frontal area hurries to discharge the imprinted overload. Pain mobilizes the system, keeping it alert. There is a biologic need to be whole and to reconnect. A memory of wellness, of what we once were, lies in each of us. If the body normalizes with the re-experience of early feelings, then we can assume that it deviated with the original experience of that pain. Pessimism isn't just an attitude, it's a physiologic state that churns out attitudes. Oh yeah, the monkeys who were loved by their mothers didn't want alcohol, but the unloved monkeys became addicted to alcohol. Yeah, that one there, all right. Yeah, for example, this whole thing about the alien thing, a good example of the wild beliefs. It's an alien thing for a baby to be traumatized and betrayed by the mother. That's a strange alien thing. And ironically, it makes the baby alienated from his real feelings. All of the pain of that makes him believe in aliens as a symbol of the trauma. So a belief in aliens is code for birth trauma, or prenatal trauma, perinatal trauma. So we feel the pain of trauma. Trauma is an alien thing, so we believe in aliens to symbolize that. Yeah, so back to anxiety, right? Anxiety means that the lower brain is at work. The brain we have in common with the salamander. The salamander brain reacts immediately, often without reflection. Oh yeah, so if they're going to talk behind me, my salamander brain is going to make me nervous. I didn't reflect or think about it, it just happened kind of thing, right? Then I gotta go to my ideas here. Okay, be aware that my birth trauma is triggered up. That's first line consciousness. See if I can get it up to the mammal, the feeling, and the feeling can process it. And be aware of the whole thing. It helps. It helps. It helps. Anxiety is a function of the distance between rational awareness and one's feelings, which are unrooted and disconnected. Anxiety drives him to be constantly on the go. For example, he cannot read a book without that agitated feeling. He cannot listen to a long lecture or even listen to his children's stories. It's not that these parents are unloving, rather they suffer and can't help themselves. Denying feeling is what makes the neurotic act out symbolically. That is why the struggle never ends. The feeling is never resolved. Instead, there are always symbolic efforts. So we got to give up all this symbolic stuff. Jesus Christ. Just admit that we were hurt. Admit that the mother failed us. Admit that the mother betrayed us. I could feel the pain of that. And then now you found yourself. Birth of new life. Pregnant virgin metaphor. So we want to get ourselves to that pregnant virgin. I'm talking about Miriam Woodman has a book called Pregnant Virgin. She talks about the whole thing as a metaphor that when you give up your relentless false pursuit, that prestige and fame and glory and all this is going to change what happened in the nursery. When you give that up, now there's like a new potential. Now that's a pregnant virgin. You're pregnant with new potential. Beginning of new life. My guess is that most people who smoke or drink never really realize the connection between pain and their habits. Neurosis is a force that one acts on every day, yet a force that eludes awareness. Beliefs as defenses. These ideas have a dual role: to reflect previous experience and at the same time serve to mask it. Yeah, so for example, the woman who believed in aliens, right? So it's to reflect her past experience of being traumatized as a baby. At the same time, the belief helps to mask the pain of it. I like this one here. The more we connect with our unconscious, the more conscious we become. Yeah, back to the primal therapy. When we relive oxygen deprivation at birth or before, we return to the occasion of trauma, this time with a mature brain, such that breathing normalizes. Reliving the exact event enables the person to finally incorporate, accept, process, admit, incorporate, make it a part of your story, make it a part of your awareness, the event into consciousness. Yeah, that's quite a promise. See, Janov makes quite a promise with things like, with statements like that. The real self, loaded with pain and need. So yeah, so the real self, okay, that's the pain that we're not aware of. The primal pain due to the primal need being unmet. And then now we got this unreal self. Okay, this adaptive self, which is unaware of a real self. That's why neurotics are ahistoric beings. They have been robbed of their past by the pain. To thine own self be true is hardly the neurotics motto. Consciousness is the cure for neurosis. Feeling is the vehicle to that end. If oceanography were confined to studying the tips of icebergs, there would be a lot more shipwrecks around. If we continue to regard psychology as a science of symptoms and behavior, there's going to be a lot more human wrecks around. Okay, the Don Juanism. Don Juanism, a young child looking for a mother's love. Yeah, it's symbolic, so it never works, right? Don Juan chased 2,000 women. He never found mother's love. Tears are the agent of memory. Tears are the agent of memory. They are the most eloquent expression of the past. Yeah, so why do you feel better after a cry? Well, you did something your body needed to do. Connection to memory is what is important. That is what is curative. Not the screaming and flailing by itself, going through the motions of feeling, pretending to be experiencing something from the past. Abreaction looks so dramatic, right? like actors in Hollywood, right? A release of energy. A release of the energy of feeling without connection. Okay, phoniness, because there's a lack of proper contact. It seems like crying just for its own sake, screaming for no real reason. It's amazing how many mock therapists elicit abreaction and believe it to be feeling. The hallmark of mock therapy is the absolute lack of early context for what is going on in the therapy situation. Yeah, they don't even get you to talk about the past. Just beat the pillow. In the meantime, people may smoke cigarettes. Cigarettes can act like a tranquilizer. You see, if the baby's breastfeeding, he'll be soothed. If that's missing, he'll search for symbolic nipple. Because the cigarette is symbolic and it tricks the person to feel calm. So an hour later, they need another cigarette because it's always symbolic. No cigarette can be the nipple for the past. No time machine. Feeling anxious is feeling the perinatal trauma out of context. And can you believe that, eh? So if I'm anxious, if I feel some anxiety, like people talking behind me, I feel that's my birth trauma. I'm experiencing my birth trauma out of context. Like, whoa, talk about out of context. I'm in a nice little room here, and I'm feeling what I felt when I was traumatized in the uterus, just because something triggered it. Talk about out of context, right? There's no time there. The lizard doesn't understand time. The monkey doesn't understand time. The chimpanzee, the salamander, they don't understand time. The old brain doesn't know time, right? Anxiety is the visceral component of that early trauma. All anxiety is free-floating at the time of trauma. It's not conceptualized. It's not understood. No way to defend against it. So later, with the capacity to focus and symbolize, we may channel this anxiety and it can become a phobia. So phobia is like a focused anxiety attack. The problem is people treat phobias as if it's the real problem. It's just like a packaged anxiety. It's still a name. So normally it's a nameless dread, but if you identify it to something specific, you can call it a phobia of something. Okay, anxiety, a nameless dread. Nameless because the unborn child didn't have words for this. It's a visceral reaction, an instinctive mechanism related to survival. The body always tells the truth. Okay, and overwhelming truths force the mind to lie. A lie in the mind is a truth in the body. Something like that. We have that one in there coming up. Oh, here it is. A lie of the mind means a hurt of the body. Yeah, that's one there. A lie of the mind means a hurt of the body. Here's that one about the mushrooms. Yeah, when a drug such as LSD opens the feeling gate, all of the pains of one's life pour into consciousness at once, resulting not in primals, but in symbolic ideation. Okay, mushrooms, hallucinogenic drugs release too much, resulting in more symbolic ideation rather than less. So you're not gonna relive your birth trauma. It's too much to release all that pain. You think you're gonna process all of your lifelong bottled up childhood, babyhood pain at one go? No way. So your left brain is going to give you all kinds of symbolic, wild ideas, and then you say you're a mystic, you had a spiritual experience, and cosmic consciousness, and higher consciousness, and all these New Age things are about this. So the whole purpose of the New Age, so much of the New Age is just to repress your pain. Yeah, neurosis is circuitous. So let's say I had a dream of an image of losing something. Okay, well, that's the third brain. Take it back to the middle brain, the mammal brain. What's the feeling? Okay, the feeling, I feel lost. Okay, now stay with the feeling as if the feeling were a vehicle. Get into the car, get into the vehicle of feeling. Okay, yeah, I'm a lost little boy. I lost my mommy. Hey, mommy, come back, mommy. Now you're getting to the feeling. So the dream symbol, okay, was the manifest. The latent was the feeling within it. Symbols rush in before we have to recognize the feeling. It is also the case in the true believer who has adopted belief systems so as not to feel his love deprivations. The formula is, I'll believe anything as long as it does not lead me back to myself. Letting the vehicle of feeling carry us back in history to related earlier events. Okay, here's another anxiety one, right? Okay, let's do the second one here. The right side of the brain tells the left side, hey, look, I can't take this pain anymore. The left side says, okay, I'll defend you against having to feel it with a flurry of ideas to bury it. The left side ideation symbolizes what lies in the right side. Now try to talk that person out of their philosophy. The left side creates ideas that reflect, however obtuse, the feelings on the right, even when the left side has no idea what exactly is going on the right side, in the right side. In other words, ideas reflect the feelings. The pain creates the ideas. The ideas are there to numb the pain and not be aware of it. The essence of neurosis seems to be to concoct rationales for one's behavior, which is driven by unrecognized forces. That is why one cannot penetrate elaborate rationales and explanations, rhetoric, propaganda, beliefs for another's behavior. For example, why should I quit drinking? Makes me feel warm and cozy. He had no recognition of the constant tension he suffered. Where repressed pain exists, a scaffold of ideas is built around it. The brain is able to adopt a "don't bother me with facts" attitude. You cannot be open-minded when you have heavy pain. When imprinted pain is so massive that the internal producers of blocking agents cannot secrete enough supplies to quell the pain, the person needs something external to tranquilize her. Comfort foods are sometimes summoned to do the trick, or a good solid belief system will help. It adds to our internal drug supply. The brain is a wonderful pharmacy, dispensing the necessary drugs on demand. And who is doing the demanding? Our biologic system, the first brain, the reptile, right? Our pain orders and reorders whenever necessary until we are out of stock. When there are too many orders going on for too long, supplies get exhausted. We then literally have to run to the neighborhood pharmacy or vending machine for help. Here we see why people with horrendous childhoods are candidates for addictions. Their natural painkillers are not up to the task. What happens sometimes also is flight into ideas. So either he drinks booze or joins a cult or something like that. So he can swap booze for God, kind of God for booze, similar kind of thing. Yeah, when our emotional history does not contain too much pain, information is then shuttled to the front part of the left cortex for meaning and understanding. When the pain is overwhelming from infancy and childhood, the left prefrontal area is left in the dark. It is then free to concoct all sorts of beliefs. The person becomes a receptacle for pre-packaged beliefs. Yeah, so there's the televangelist. I've got a pre-packaged belief for you. Just send me money and you'll be saved, kind of stuff. Okay, once again, whenever we talk about religion, it's only in reference to when it is being used as a tool of the pillage system. Okay, the dope of hope one is here, yeah. Hope. So we're talking about relentless hope, unreal hope, that one, right? Okay, I'll just leave that one. Yeah, here's a good one. How the frontal cortex can take "love me, mama, I feel so unloved," and twist it into "they really don't like me, they've got something against me." The "they" in his head really is mother who didn't love him. It is so painful that it is generalized as "they." So you want to take the "they" and bring it to the mother. "They" is code for the mother. The flight is from ourselves. We're an emotional fugitive from the love that we're seeking. Neurosis is like a continual shot of the brain's... Oh, something beeped on me here. Explosion. Still recording? Still recording, okay. Neurosis is really about people trying to solve their pain and finding ways to get what looks like love, hiding from ourselves, hidden away so that we don't know about it. The repressed feeling melds into one's behavior. It is the past constantly found in the present. That is why the neurotic, confuses past and present. The pain of being unloved stays behind in the unconscious while we go about trying to feel loved. Yeah, that's a good one. The pain of being unloved stays behind in the brain, in the first brain, brain number 1, while we go about trying to feel loved. Yeah, that's a good line there. Yeah, look at that. The pain of being unloved stays behind in the salamander brain, in the first line consciousness, while we go about trying to feel loved. Jesus Christ. We always feel unloved, and we're trying to feel loved. So we're in a trance, like hypnosis, like neurosis, a kind of trance, a mini neurosis. And we can get this endorphins either by cookies or by beliefs. Whenever a pain is engraved into the nervous system, the response to that pain is also stamped in. The pain and the response are a unity which becomes prototypic, so that under any later stress, the original response pattern is automatically triggered. It can be such a trifle, eh? Any later stress. So people talking behind me, let's say, that's a minor, trivial little stress, it's a trifle. It can trigger my old response. So what is the old response? In the uterus, I'm trying to escape, I'm running, but I can't run. Right? So now you're getting the cortisol and the stress hormones. That's called anxiety. That's called anxiety. The initial birth experience may be prototypic of how the child will respond to stress later on. The notion of prototypic trauma and prototypic defense. So stress is in the present, triggers your original response. Yeah, so for example, in the amniotic sac, the baby had to constrict his bronchioles to save his life. Later, when he's stressed, he has an asthma attack. One woman felt overwhelmed all the time in the uterus. So she carries around this feeling of being always overwhelmed in her life. Child felt helpless in the uterus. So she always feels helpless in life. The Janoff's favorite one, I think, is the massive anesthesia and epidural and the painkillers and all this. The baby's trying to come out of the canal, whoosh, mother takes a painkiller, it goes to the baby. That's a prototype, a template. So when he tries to do something, learns a hobby, his brain releases whoosh, he gets like drunk inside. I give up, I can't do it, I can't concentrate. Yeah, so here's a good example. My girlfriend won't listen to me. Okay, feel the hurt. That's a vehicle. Ride the vehicle of your feelings. Let it take you back to who really didn't listen to you. Nearly all of us are prisoners of our childhood, prisoners of pain, prisoners of our imprint and prototype. Trauma can be likened to an event that is flash frozen in a non-verbal neural stream. Once frozen in time, it secretes the hormones of stress in response. Our goal is to bring memories from the non-verbal to the verbal areas of the brain. Easier said than done. What a strange thing the imprint is. What a strange thing the imprint is. It is impervious to experience. So CBT mainly is just to repress the pain, to make you unaware of the feelings. Most CBT just gets you away from your pain, then you think it's therapy. It's not really therapy. It's a kind of brainwashing, denial, self-deception, massive distraction. The battle against feeling, the battle against feeling entering into consciousness. A sign that healing takes place if there is a drop in your body temperature after you connect with your feeling. If your body temperature drops a little bit, for example, from 98.6 to 97.9, okay, then you healed, according to him here. Pressure from feelings. The left brain then concocts ideas about those pains. God will watch over me and protect me. These ideas are the wrappings for the pain that provide symbolic fulfillment. That is why the exact nature of the pain is not known. But if we strip away the covering, the pain mounts to the surface immediately. The symbolism slips in before the pain can become conscious. Its function is defense. Okay, so religion, when it's being used as a tool of the pillage system, is also defense against pain. Okay, there's the one. You can switch booze to God. There's that quote there. That's in there as well. Transference is just another symbolic act out in which old feelings from the parents are transferred to somebody in the present. Feel the source, then the symbolism, the symbolic acting out will evaporate. The person in the present isn't your mother. You won't think that anymore. In choosing a partner she could struggle with, she created a symbol of her past. Symbols are representations of real needs. Thus, we later get involved with those who can recreate our early lives. One marries a critical person just like one's father and then struggles thereafter to try to earn his approval symbolically. She acts in the present as if it were the past, a constant attempt at the resolution of the past needs and traumas done symbolically. Symbolic acting out means acting in the present with the force of the original unconscious need. And that's why you're attracted to people who reminds you of the parent, to continue the struggle and then to realize your original pain with the parent, because it's going to be recreated with the person in the present. So the person in the present is going to be seen as an emotional reincarnation of the struggle with the mother in the past. Now you continue. Now you're going to realize, finally, mother didn't meet those needs. That person is emotionally your mother. That person can't be your mother in the past. So you're doing this to finally realize you can't symbolically satisfy a need that needed to have been met during that critical time. But you expect it, your partner disappoints, and you say, and you blame them, you're a heartbreaker, you betrayed me, you're a cheater, you're a liar. No, say that to the mother. That's why you chose them, to know how you felt with the mother. Right? The child has no reason to expect lack of trauma. Lack of fulfillment. Betrayal trauma. The child has no reason to expect betrayal trauma or a lack of fulfillment. He cannot imagine that he is on this earth unwanted, an accident of impulse-laden lust. He cannot imagine that he is in the way, or that babies are born by accident, or that he's interrupting his mother's career. He can't imagine these things. Yet sadly, he may learn this soon enough through the attitudes of his parents. They are the whole world to him. If they do not love and adore him, if they do not approve of him and accept him as he is, he will seek substitute fulfillment later on, trying to make up for what he never had. Okay, that's called symbolic acting out. This is I think this is a good. This was a good quote here. Right? It's a natural. The Great Spirit. It's natural. It's an aberration for the mother to betray the baby, and the false beliefs you create. No, the mother caused that, so don't blame yourself. Huh? Okay. Anyways, I think that's a good quote there. The law is the wisdom of the ages, wrapped in the opinion of the moment, a reflection of society. Okay, so here's a self-help exercise. Try to apply this to yourself. What you know about you, all of your knowledge about yourself over time, in the opinion of the moment, seen in the moment. Okay, that's a reflection of your life, kind of thing. Okay, hold on a sec. Let me just take a break here. He is in the symbolic struggle. But because the love is symbolic and does nothing about filling his real need, the act goes on and on. The struggle generalizes. The job of neurosis is to keep us from our feelings, from being real. Tension is blocked feeling. Tension is an unfeeling state of unfelt pain. A feeling person is a conscious one with fluid access among the structures of the brain as they mediate processes of the body. So just make that as a self-help affirmation. I have 3 brains. Just say that. I have 3 brains. Yeah, there's a huge praise is given to Frederick Le Boyer about natural childbirth. To finally experience the agony of one's imprinted pain is often the end of a long road through unreality, back to the only true guide to life, your real self, your feelings. Growing up with my family, I was in a trance. I wasn't myself. I was not the center of my existence. And then I was with the guru. That was another trance. She had little connection with what she felt. Like so many prisoners of belief, her unfulfilled childhood needs resulted in her symbolic acting out. Pain will always remain pain no matter what label we pin on it or how we choose to deny it. Whether we feel ignored or humiliated or unloved, the pain is the same and processed by the same structures. The frontal cortex gives it different labels and we act out differently, but the centers of the hurt treat them the same. The brain is so good at disguising its pain that most of us don't even know we have it. Even if we do, we don't know where it comes from. We may be making a good adjustment, going through the motions in life, getting 10 PhDs, yet the pain is bubbling below. preverbal pains are sequestered, a vague sense of discomfort and malaise. The suffering part saying, "Can I come in from the cold and join you?" And he communicates through your physiology. So the right brain says to the left brain, "Hey, left brain, integrate me, accept me." And the right brain is communicating through physiological issues. So when there's anxiety, it's like crying to the left brain, "Hey, left brain, integrate, know my story, find a story, have the three brains line up so you can calm down," kind of thing. Prisoners of pain, prisoners of belief, prisoners of childhood. Yeah, he always has this kind of thing there. Pain makes just about everything shut down or constrict, including our perceptual apparatus. If the mother uses her son to satisfy her old painful needs, she'll be unlikely to see beyond that need and perceive the hurt she may be perpetuating into her child. Yeah, I've mentioned this a few times already. This is the lady. There's lighting here. This is the lady. Well, this whole room is all lit up. Huh? The sun. Oh, I've got no. There's no. How's that? Oh, what about here? How about here? Okay, let's do this part here. This should be okay, right? Does that work? Not really? Oh. How's that? Yeah, they don't have the blinds in. Oh. Oh, wow. It's hard to get lighting. Yeah, she had this photo. She had this family photo of this woman. Oh, okay, how about here? She had this family photo. This woman had this family photo. And in the family photo, her son was in the photo. But you could see that the son was in pain. Poor little kid looking down, obviously in pain. She showed the photo up to everybody and told everybody in the room, "Hey, there's my son. He's so happy." Everybody's going, "What?" She actually believed her son was happy. Her perceptual apparatus couldn't see the reality because her need to use the child to take care of her was so great. It distorted her perception to see the reality. For her to admit that her child was in pain, it would bring up her projection of her need to use the child as a symbolic good mother for her. So that mother herself didn't have enough love from her mother, so she parentified the child, brainwashed the child to take care of her. So the child was doing everything he could to take care of her, serve her, please her, etc., and so on and so forth. But the child, as a result of doing this, felt immense pain. For her to admit it, so she won't admit it, because to admit it, it would bring up the issue. It would bring up the whole issue. The scam would be exposed. So I don't see the pain. What are you talking about? He's a happy kid. I don't see him being sad. I don't understand all you people. What's wrong with you? He's a happy kid. And you can see the photo. It was very obvious the poor kid was in pain. And she really did come across as if she didn't understand it. She couldn't see it. She had like a psychosis, like she had like a psychotic thing. No, he's happy because her need was to get the child to take care of her. And that's all she saw was her need. she only could see her need. To admit the reality that her son is in pain would question that need. And if she questioned her unmet need, it would bring up her pain. So she doesn't want to feel her pain, so she only saw her need. She only saw the projection of her need. Yeah, in brief, the client no longer sees reality, but a projection of need. Oh, this poor kitten. Yeah, look at this poor kitten. Animals who are blindfolded in the first months of life never develop visual brain pathways and are functionally blind thereafter. No amount of visual stimulation later on will make a difference. It's no different with love, except that when love is lacking early in life, we cannot, quote, see it in front of us. That makes sense, yeah? If I remember correctly, they took a kitten, blindfolded the cat, right, during the critical period. Then the cat didn't have proper interaction. What about here? Hey, how about here? Does that work? Right here? How about that? Oh, here we go. There's light. Does that work? No? I have this issue at the other place where the sun is always... the kitten was blindfolded, so he never had interaction with the environment. So he didn't develop the neural pathways because he had no experience of seeing things during that critical period. So past that critical period, when it was over, they removed the blindfold and the cat could never see because he didn't have the wiring laid down. So he was functionally blind, the poor cat, the rest of his life. Okay. Likewise with babies, children. If they're not loved, they don't have the wiring laid down. Past the critical period, beyond it, they never see love. They never feel loved. That's not a bad little quote about the cat one there. Neurotics are reacting to an unresolved past projected onto the present. Yeah, here's the okay, let's not do the birth trauma one. Knowledge of the womb. Does knowledge of the womb exist? Does fetal memory exist? Yes, it exists in terms of neurochemical alterations. The lower brain system is constantly remembering. It keeps our history safely hidden until we are able to retrieve it. Yeah, here's the locomotor breathing, right? In the reliving of oxygen deprivation at birth, there was no hyperventilation, no dizziness, no tingy hands, no fainting, etc. Despite 30 minutes of deep, rapid locomotor breathing, the system responding to cells crying out for oxygen decades ago. The system needed oxygen. Now we got there. Here we go. And in 30 minutes of deep, long locomotor breathing. No pain, no hyperventilation. Heavy drinking mothers are at greater risk to produce cancer in their offspring. Well, that's a tough one, eh? Look at that. Heavy drinking mothers are at greater risk to produce cancer in their offspring. Okay, I don't have much follow-up on that one. Okay, I just highlighted a few of them here. Yeah, my mother had a history of psychological analysis, Janoff told the Chicago Tribune in '83. He was drawn to the field, he said, quote, to try to cure my mother, you see, so she'd take care of me. A lot of shrinks, a lot of people enter into therapy to try to save their mother. It's generalized, symbolic. Janoff can help thousands of people and maybe still feel unloved. Although he did say that he was able to experience primals. So he believes in it, obviously. And he thought he was going to live to be 100 years old, but he only lived to 93, so I'm not sure what happened there. One can say to a client, you are acting like your girlfriend is your mother. You're demanding so much. He says, yes, that's right. He must feel the original need, not deny it because he has been found to be immature. His need was a matter of survival. He will act out that need on anyone he gets close to. So he'll do it again and again and again. Right? Every girlfriend will be his mother again until he mourns the loss. In trying to get rid of the pain, we are sometimes forced into behaviors that ruin our lives. All she was trying to do was quell the pain of the little needing self, trying for fulfillment, but because it's symbolic, it may take a destructive turn such as alcoholism. Trying to dissuade a client from her behavior is moralism parading as therapy. Compulsive behavior is the logical denouncement of historical events. The compulsive obsessive aspect of acting out is largely driven by pre-verbal traumas. Oh, I see. Okay, I just noticed that. So that'd be comparable to anxiety. Anxiety and OCD are driven by pre-verbal traumas. All right? That's a new one there. We don't have a thread on OCD, but this quote implies that OCD also comes from pre-verbal traumas. The strength of our beliefs helps us to avoid seeing the strength of hidden childhood pain, yet paradoxically, the feelings lie in those beliefs. A loved child will have no need to believe in ideologies full of magic and hope. When childhood developmental needs go unmet, the foundation of a personality that will grasp at belief later on in life is being built. More consciousness, fewer beliefs. Less consciousness, more beliefs. Yeah, fame, fortune, prestige. Okay, these are all symbolic. They're not hardwired. Symbolic derivatives of real need that come into play when basic need cannot be fulfilled. They may have the urgency of real needs, though, because real needs have been funneled into them. To deal with symbolic needs is to be led down a false route, for they are merely conduits. If we cannot get real love from parents, we develop symbolic channels to get what looks like love from others. Just looks like it. It's not the real thing. Can never be. No time machines, no morphing machines. Neurosis is the symbolization of pain. To defend against pain is, by definition, to act symbolically. Neurosis is like a guest who remains forever, long outliving his welcome. The only way we can get it to leave is to feel what is below its protective shield. Yeah, so we don't want to be strangers to ourselves. Okay. Yeah, animals who were loved don't need oxytocin pills, right? Lab animals provided the choice to self-administer painkillers by pressing a lever. Do not do so when given oxytocin. Yeah, so loved animals don't need drugs and all this. Unloved animals search for them. So that's the mammal brain in us. We can see the mammal, yeah, okay. Yeah, so the purpose of endorphins is to keep us going, right? Like the gazelle running from the lion while he's wounded. In Prisoners of Pain, Janov offers convincing evidence that emotional pain and physical pain are basically processed in the same way by the nervous system. When there is too much pain, repression has to occur. If a child realizes, oh, they don't love me, I'll never get what I need, then the child is in agony and has no choice but to shut off that realization from consciousness. Too much electrical stimulation of the brain automatically triggers the production of more endorphins, making the pain tolerable and allowing the individual to keep on functioning. So we may accidentally, all of us, be living like the wounded gazelle, in pain, and it's numbed. We don't even know it. Yeah, look at that. Having many buttons. The more painful the past, the easier it is to be upset. Yeah, Jesus Christ. I put that in because it reminded me of a joke we had earlier from 3 years ago. The cartoon was, it's an actual cartoon somewhere. How does it go again? Your mother knows how to push your buttons because, hey, she sewed them on. Having many buttons, the more painful the past is, the easier it is to be upset. Yeah, so the person, okay, here's the gazelle one again. Pains such as coming close to death at birth, or the pain of the hopelessness of ever being loved as a small child. The system isn't geared to tolerate pains of this magnitude. Quite the opposite. It is set up to produce a morphine-like product, okay, by the god Morpheus, to block the awareness of the pain so that the baby can go on with his life. Unfulfilled need in the parent deprives the child and produces that same unfulfilled need in the child. And the parent can't give it if they never received it, if they don't even know it. Once real need is repressed and rerouted, we forcibly become less direct and more symbolic. Early trauma, including pre-birth trauma, alters serotonin and other neurotransmitter levels in the brain. Oxygen deprivation at birth lowers the set points of serotonin. Yeah, so if somebody's born with PTSD, okay, the mother and the baby weren't really in a safe connection with rhythmic connection. So we got a good quote about the rhythm. Yeah, why don't we read that one? That's been a long time. Yeah, here it is here. We haven't read this in a long time. Let's do this one here. Childbirth is a rhythmical process. Childbirth is a rhythmical process. This is the first, this is the first video, January 2nd, 2024. This is the 2745, part 1. This comes from part 1, this one here. Childbirth is a rhythmical process. Rhythm is very much a part of human life. Neurosis is anti-rhythm. In neurosis, things no longer flow. Life becomes fragmented and disjointed. And birth, for neurotics, often becomes an unnatural process. No longer smooth and flowing, but agonizing and disjunctive. In the socialization process, a woman no longer has an instinctive birth as animals do. She has a trained birth. She is processed, taught, and prepared for something that should come naturally. The idea of producing an offspring naturally usually isn't even discussed. She's brought to the hospital and drugged so that she cannot fully participate in her own bodily processes during childbirth. She therefore does not flow with her own rhythms because she cannot feel her body. Her body cannot be used to help her newborn out of the canal. Often the child must be drugged. Often the baby must be dragged. Often the baby must be dragged out of her with the forceps, use of instruments. While all this is going on, the unborn child is sensing disruptions in birth rhythms and is already out of rhythm with himself, even before he has seen the light of day. Thus, at birth, the newborn is no longer a naturally free-flowing subject. He or she is someone held back from being himself, from developing at their own natural pace. They have had to defer to the truncated, disjunctive rhythms of her mother. So if the mother has the natural rhythm, they say the contractions smoothly push from the back to the front, and the baby can be born and there's no pain. Just a mild noticing, but there's no like genuine true pain in a natural birthing. If ever a woman should take good care of herself, it should be during pregnancy. She needs a relaxed system. With deprivation in the baby, the system remains continually under stress because there is an electrochemical sign inside that flashes unloved, on and off. A neon light inside the baby's psyche. Unloved, 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 danger, alert, unloved, needs not met, danger, unloved, in peril, unloved. That sign gives a string of orders. Okay, brain, release endorphins. Not this one, more this one, not this one. These deviations are the compensating mechanisms. The lack of love is unfulfilled need that sets off the alarm. Okay, so the baby doesn't get his needs met, the alarm is going on. So now he feels frozen inside, unreal inside, petrified inside, emotional coma, emotional hypothermia. Then he's sleepwalking through life in the trance. The Morpheus gives us endorphins, that's leaving us in a trance. Let me check the time here, hold on a second. 4:40. Yeah, let's not push, this is my first time back here, let's not push my luck here. Maybe I'll wind this down here a little bit. One of these, let's just go back to the outer place here. Let them know I'm leaving this room here, just in case they want to use it or something. Okay, let's move. Give me 2 minutes to shift over. Yeah, hold on a second. things out here. This was here, right? Okay. Oh, yeah, the traffic jam already, eh? Look at that, eh? Oh, there's a bus. Our theme song to 1001 Windmills of the Mind is Katja Epstein's German cover of the song Windmills of the Mind. That's our theme song. I'd love to play it if I had the laptop here. Haven't played our songs in a long time. Barbara Lewis does my favorite English cover of it. That's pretty. But those are the only two people that really sing that song well. Any final thoughts here? No, I'm not in a spaceship. I know it looks like I'm in a spaceship, right? Those are just lights hanging from the ceiling. Oh, good. I left it. They wanted to use it after all. Look at that. Yeah. I left just. Yeah. So I think that first quote in today's batch, the idea that when the baby's crying, mothers should interpret that the baby believes he's in peril. So if the mother says, oh, let him cry himself to sleep, okay, she's soul blind. What about empathy and trying to see things from the baby's side? From the baby's end, he thinks he's not going to make it. No baby believes they're going to survive if they don't have a safe relation with the mother. So he's in peril. And the mother does all these things like, just gaslights him and blames him for it, or what are you crying, baby? Okay, then. So I personally, Janov's greatest contribution to raising awareness is this focus on the first line. Okay, the limbic system, the brainstem area, the crocodile mind. And it's funny about the third brain. The third brain, we need the third brain to heal from trauma in the earlier brains. But if there's too much pain there, the third brain makes us numb to it. So there's like a double function, right? The third brain will make us numb if there's too much pain, with beliefs and symbolic beliefs and acting out and all this. Okay, the beliefs trigger endorphins to keep you numb, or the beliefs tell you to make excuses that it's okay to eat 10 cookies, whatever. So it's funny, right? The human brain is there to heal us from trauma, but if there's too much brain, the human brain will, let's make you unaware of the trauma. But if we're unaware of the trauma, the pain in the trauma functions as the puppet master, and we're searching for symbolic love. But in the process of searching for symbolic love, okay, we're gonna damage outwardly to reflect the damage mother gave us, and hence the world is being damaged because in trauma, mother damaged us. Now this is all this is all an accident. 10,000 years ago, babies were removed from their mothers in a panic to get babies to be traumatized, to let them feel that somebody plundered them. So they go out and plunder outwardly, and you create excuses and say, well, if you find it, it's mine. If I don't take it, you're going to take it. Now we're stuck in this neurosis. So we're homo traumicus, homo sapien traumicus, homo short-sellicus. Are you seeing it? Let's see. Yeah, look at that. It's traffic jam already. Yeah? This way. That's okay, right? Any final thoughts here? The pigeon joke? We haven't done the pigeon joke in a while. So the one lady was in this search for glory, in this symbolic search to get enough material, enough matter, enough money to represent mother's love. So she was in this relentless pursuit of materialism, thinking that the materialism, okay, matter, money, mother, okay, she links it all up like that, thinking that the symbolism of all the money can translate to mother's love in the past. It's neurotic, it's not working. She's getting older. She's in her mid-40s and she's still searching for money. She's not making it. She's getting older. She's reaching that point of midlife. So she wanted to delay it. So she asked this New Age comic guy. He calls himself a comic, New Age comic or a cosmic comic, whatever. And he's familiar with all the New Age ideas and all this. So she said to him, "Hey, oh yeah. So hang on a sec. So this woman had the idea that maybe this stuff about reincarnation, she can live forever, doesn't have to admit getting older." i.e. not admit that she's getting older and therefore facing the pain of not getting mother's love, if she can go on living forever kind of thing. So the comic guy sensed that she felt some stress around this, some tension around this. So the woman asked him, "Hey, New Age comic guy, tell me about this New Age, this reincarnation stuff. What's going on with there?" And his reply was, "Oh, it's funny. It's a funny thing about that. I once knew this guy who wanted to be wealthy during his lifetime. He was reincarnated as a pigeon and made a deposit on a BMW." So it kind of so the tension she felt, him discussing it, opening it, not shaming her for it, felt like a little release there. The connection with somebody, discussing it, feeling safe. So when there's tension and then you feel safe, that's the humor mechanism. So if there's some little tension and then you feel safe somehow, the validation, he didn't shame her for it, admitting that she's frustrated, admitting that she wants to make money and she's frustrated, addressing it, hearing her concerns. So she felt somehow heard or something. So he let her feel heard, so she felt safer. So that transition from the tension and feeling heard, then if you feel heard, you feel connected, you feel safer, then there's the humor, the discharge. So that's we have a thread on the psychoanalysis of humor. Yeah. It's a very old traditional idea. It's been around a long time. Edmund Berger, oh my God, he has a book on humor. He points out all of the older people, like from way back, that knew about this. Nowadays it's called the benign violation of your expectations theory of humor. So there's a benign, harmless, benign violation of your expectations. You know, somebody says, knock, knock, who's there? Little tension, little benign, harmless thing, right? Then you get the answer. You feel safe by the knowledge of the answer, and the tension that was built up prior is now released. That's the humor mechanism. So when you feel safe, what you were feeling before, it can be released. If it's mild tension, it leads to humor. If it's lifelong pain of being unloved, and then you weep, right? Then you'll cry. It's the grief. So the grief process is similar to humor in terms of the mechanism, right? So that's why when you feel safe talking to somebody, and you're talking about something that's important, and you're admitting your whole life you didn't get love, then you might cry. So when you feel safe, if it's a deeper issue of a lifelong loss, unmet need, you might cry. If it's like a minor issue, you might laugh, kind of thing. So, and he was also comparing this to the whole therapy process, because in therapy you feel safe, then you might laugh. Well, in humor, you kind of feel safe with the joke and you laugh. So there's like a commonality there. But James Grotstein makes it a critical point, as does Edmund Burglar and many others. There's two general basic different types of humor. There's the humor based on trauma before 18 months. The Stinger personality patterns. They only feel safe when they're shaming others. So their dark humor, okay, meaning they felt shamed. They see others playing them. They play the shaming mother. They feel reunited with the mother that shamed them. When they see others in a negative way, mother saw them in a negative way, they feel connected with the mother. They feel safe that way. So when they make a negative joke about others, they feel safe with the mother. That safety gives them the safety. Whereas in a moment before, they maybe felt tense. So they say, "Oh, you're such a fill in the blank." Or they they laugh. This is emotional sadism laughter. So this dark laughter, okay, represents trauma before 18 months. Okay, the paranoid schizoid mode of experiencing, because they only feel safe when it's schadenfreude or emotional sadism humor. If the trauma is post 18 months, the humor is more playful. It's not at anybody's expense. Usually, everybody's better off a little bit. Like the comedian joke about the pigeon. He didn't shame her, and she was a little better off, kind of thing. So this is called humor from the paranoid schizoid mode. That's the put-down humor. And sometimes when a group of people who all share that mindset, when they laugh together as a group, you hear that loud screeching, kind of almost psychotic squeals, like I don't know what it is. I think there's a real tension there, and a real anger there, and a pent-up frustration. It's a different kind of laughter. When people laugh from the depressive position, it's warmer, it's more connected to the body, it's more mammal. But the other stuff is more survival, like reptilian laughter almost, right? So they don't laugh, right? Reptiles don't. I'm just noticing the sky train there. I have this fantasy that on one of the sky trains, it says, "Be your own story doctor." www.buymeacoffee.com/psychoanalysis. So for a minor admin fee, €4, one can get this encyclopedia, 10,000 advanced quotes as discussed earlier, on their iPhone, and they can read it while they're on the beach or camping or whatever. They can read it offline, right? Or one can save the admin fee and click through each of the videos and copy and paste, kind of thing. Those are the two main ways to get 1001 Windmills of the Mind. Nothing like it out there. 60 topics, 60 chapters. Humor is one of them, by the way, yeah. Edmund Burglar makes a contribution there. Edmund Burglar, James Grotstein, Martin Bergman, and a bunch of others. Oh, I'm so relieved to get an early start. Look at that, eh? This is one of the rare times I'm finishing a video without the panic of dealing with light issues. I've still got, you know, I have almost an hour left of light. Look at that, eh? This is going to be a new thing for me. I'm going to start much earlier and not deal with the light issues. In almost all of my videos, you'll see me struggling, searching for light at the end. Things get too dark all over the place. Did you miss anything here? Yeah, so 1001 Windmills of the Mind is basically 60 of these. So imagine this times 60. Yeah. So this is like one booklet on the topic of Janoff's work. But we've got 60 of these. Like one on projection, one on projective identification, okay, one on psychologically minded film and TV show quotes. A good place to start with that one is Route 66, TQ 2599. TQ 2599. We've got, I believe, some of the best quotes from that classic TV show. You won't find them anywhere else, you see. Jet to the Defense, a legal drama starring Carl Betts. That's a very psychologically minded show. And those episodes are online. No DVD, but they're online. Quality isn't the greatest, but that's a great show. The most recent quote was from Drop That Diva. Actually, I just started watching an old 50s sitcom called Amos and Andy, right? Amos and Andy. Actually, the star of it is another guy called the Kingfish. He has a very cartoon-like expressions and all that. Kind of simple. It's like a laurel. It's like two buddies basically. One guy's always trying to con the other one, but the conner guy always gets himself into a mess, and the whole comedy around it. And the guy, and neither never learn, and his trusting friend goes along with it all the time. That's the Andy guy, right? Amos seems to be like the narrator, like a minor character. I was thinking too that guy who plays it, what's his name? Tim something? I forgot the actor's name. Tim Reed, is that right? No. Tim Cook? The guy who plays the Kingfish guy, right? I was thinking, oh my God, that guy would be an amazing televangelist with that booming, charismatic, strong voice of his. He could easily be an amazing televangelist. That guy would have made billions. I think that guy could have made billions selling "You'll Be Saved," "Send me money, you'll be saved," kind of thing. From the classic TV show The Fugitive, one of the taglines for one of the episodes was, Richard Kimball, the main protagonist, is a fugitive from the justice he seeks. So the guy's innocent in all this, right? But he's running away from the justice he seeks, because that's exactly what's going on with babyhood trauma. The baby is an emotional fugitive from the love that he seeks. Mother's punishing him, hurting him. He's running away from her while he's searching for her. What a dilemma. What a dilemma. That's called the double bind, the famous double bind. If he stays with the mother, he's going to be hurt by her. If he leaves and has no mother, he's not going to make it. Insecure attachment style, unresolved, constant struggle, unfinished business with the mother. So wanting somebody in the present to be a good version of her in the past and get the proper love that was needed in the past. So originally the memory is baby and the mother, unconscious. Later, past age 3, the human awareness brain kicks in, right? So that memory in the first brain zoops to the new brain. The new brain picks it up and doesn't understand it. But the cycle is there. Search for mother's love. Mother said no. Get mother's love. The loop is there. So the new brain received this loop. The original loop was baby and the mother. The new brain gets this loop but doesn't know what it's about. But it's following it. It's following it. So since it doesn't know what it's doing, it's searching for something that's supposed to be mother's love. So anything post-critical period can only be an imagining of it. That's a symbolic love, right? So then we end up with this unconscious hope for fulfillment of old unfulfilled needs. When are we going to realize that nobody in the present can't be the good breast mother needed experience in the past? So that was, do we have it here handy? So we never got mother's love, or we're not going to get it. That's the betrayal trauma. The greatest hurt of all, mother failed me, right? Because she's trying to say it, because she's trying to communicate that her mother failed her. Intergenerational trauma. The transition out of this is for the mother to recognize what she needed, right? Like if the mother can pause, what did I need? Identify things for herself. Then when she has a baby, she can meet the baby's needs. So one of the best quotes is that lady who was planning to have a baby, and she said to herself, no, wait a minute, let me go to the analyst first, right? Analyst said to her, you're letting me know what kind of childhood you had. She said, what do you mean? You're letting me know what kind of mother you had and how it felt being with her. Go on. You're putting me in the role of you, and you're acting like her, and I feel a kind of tug or a pull to maybe feel what you felt with her. She got it, she wept, and then she understood it all, she got the story, and then later when she had a baby, she could be there as a mother for the baby. She didn't need to repeat it onto the baby. Had she not done that, she would have repeated it onto the baby. But the baby can't say, hey, mother, are you shaming me to communicate and for you to know that your mother shamed you? Baby's not going to offer this interpretation. So she went to an adult to do that with. So again, the two main symbolic transference, repetition, acting out, the two main dysfunctional neurotic behavior is, in every new situation, the more perverse one is you find others to play the child you and make others, the child you, do the crying for you, proxy. And you play the rejecting mother and shame yourself, meaning them, yourself, replaying the record of mother shaming you. That's the more disturbed one. And it's addictive, and Schadenfreude, defense against their own pain. They feel important, they're addicted to the blissful oneness of the mother. Hence narcissism is named after that little white flower. Now the real self is turned to stone. Echo becomes a statue. So in that case, you have a statue and a little white flower represent this. Notice I can smell the cooking. They're cooking something pretty good here. Wow. Oh, geez. Like a barbecue kind of thing. There must be some kind of barbecue motif tonight or something. What's today? Wednesday, right? Let's see again. What's today? Today's Wednesday, yeah. Today's Wednesday. Yeah, I think that's a good one here. Anxiety is not strictly speaking a feeling, it's a sensation, a visceral sensation, of biological neurochemical reactions. Anxiety is the terror of Anxiety is terror disconnected from the brainstem. You're feeling the immense fear and you're not aware that it's connected from the brainstem. That's anxiety. Remember, anxiety, people say you're afraid, but you don't know what? Well, it's the pre-verbal trauma. Anxiety comes from pre-verbal trauma. And the other quote was, yeah, OCD also comes from pre-verbal trauma, the OCD guy, or the OCD lady. I'm not too interested in that topic for some reason. I've never seen anybody like have some kind of... Actually, you know what he said? You know, it's funny. He said neurosis is OCD. You're doing the same thing over and over again. That's OCD, right? So anybody who's doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, remember that? Santaniana or something? In primal therapy, the goal is to have our human brain meet up first with the second line, and that's the chimpanzee brain, and then follow it back to the first line, that's the lizard brain, so that they can know each other intimately and communicate. So maybe an image might be like a rock band trio. So 3 guys on stage making music together. We want our 3 brains to get along like that. Two ways to have a normal system. Well, the first is to be loved early on and not be so damaged that many biologic systems are distorted or deviated, which is neurosis. And the second is to relive the damage to reestablish equilibrium. The reliving must embrace a total re-experience and not just one brain system or biologic system alone. Experience isn't just laid down as an idea. Indeed, the key experiences that shape us are imprinted deep in the brain long before we have ideas. That's a foreign country. We want to visit this place so that we are no longer strangers to ourselves. Unconsciousness is in direct relationship to pain. In a figurative sense, an overload of pain shuts the gates and redirects the energy elsewhere, from mother to women. So if you say women this, women that, well, you're talking about your mother usually. The ability to be specific is what stops the generalization process. Right? The ability to be specific is what stops the generalization process. Yeah, so if your friend is always saying they this and they that, well, that's a generalization. Well, okay, so you say this, you say they this and they that. Yeah, those people there are they this and they that. Okay, well, what's the feeling? So that's the belief. That's the third brain. Follow evolution, the reverse of evolution. Take it back to the middle brain, the second brain. What's the feeling of that belief, behind the belief? Well, they this, they that. Well, what's the feeling? Okay, identify the feeling. Imagine the feeling as a vehicle. Get in the vehicle and ride the vehicle of your feelings. And then it'll lead you to that feeling in relation specifically to the mother. What did you want to say to her? What did you need from her? Now you're getting somewhere, right? It's too much pain with the mother. That's why it's dispersed into some kind of they this and they that. Well, when I shut the camera here, I'm going to check in with them, see if everything is okay. If that's the case, I'll come back to that place. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that's selling watches, an ad for watches. Yeah, no time. In the unconscious, no time. It's timeless. No time. Infinite. Forever. All time is that time. No time. That's why if I'm triggered in the present, there's no time. It's out of context, but there is time. But your idea is not enough. Your idea is not enough. The idea is to, there's the big question. Janov claimed he can guide people to to get you to relive your birth trauma and process it and integrate it to the third brain. And the body temperature drops, your breathing is better, your posture is better, and he has all these amazing testimonials from a lot of people in this area. I don't know how much is exaggerated or whatever it is. He's on the right track to make us aware that we have three brains. That anxiety, and OCD, and much of our psychosomatic symptoms and dysfunctional behavior, it's first-line trauma, brainstem trauma, limbic system trauma, and that's timeless. There's no time in that brain. So we're living it with our whole lives because all time is that timeless time. It's infinite. It's just all time is that. There's no time, so it's just always there kind of thing. And any little thing can trigger it. Now we try to numb the pain. The brain sends us the swoon, the endorphins. If the brain runs out of supply, so to speak, we run to the vending machine and buy some cookies, or drugstore in some cases, depending on the severity of the pain. Or we turn on the TV and gobble up some kind of belief, because the belief triggers the symbolization of you being safe and one with the mother, and you're connected to the mother. So you get serotonin. Doesn't work? Ouch. Pain, endorphins. Serotonin, stress, endorphins. So you're looping it around. So every Saturday, every Sunday, turn on the televangelist. Disappointed. It doesn't, never satiate. A person can have 20 lifetimes watching the speech. It's not gonna work. It's just a trick to release endorphins to you. The belief has the power to release endorphins in the brain to numb the pain. So we can use beliefs to numb the pain, or we can use cookies to numb the pain. Take your pick, basically. And you can swap it around. Oh yeah, one guy, all of his life he was on painkillers. It ran out. Even the painkillers ran out. Can you believe it? This guy was on painkillers all the time, and it ran out. He needed more. Then he peddled these wild beliefs. He was only promoting these beliefs to further numb the pain. people listened to the beliefs, and they felt they could numb their pain as well. Dopes of hope. These are the hope, the dope of hope, the merchants of the dope of hope or something. What do they call it again? Something like that. Another joke? Time for another joke? Actually, it's time to play a song. Oh, this is all new music here. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is copyright. Oh, don't worry. This will be under 6 hours for sure. That's okay. So I'll trim out whatever copyrighted music is being played above. Yeah, so some of this video, you might notice some skips. That's because the camera picked up some copyrighted music on these speakers above head, and YouTube said that you have to agree to have that whole section trimmed out. You know, sometimes they let you sometimes they offer the option where you can only mute the music and the speaking can stay. Usually you got to trim out the whole section so you lose both the music and the speaking. But one time, a couple of times, I think they did that. They were able to filter out the music and the speaker's speech. But if a video ever goes over 6 hours, no editing. And if it's blocked, the whole thing's blocked. They say you have to download and edit it out yourself and repost it or something. I don't have all that fancy technology. I'm using a very good basic budget phone. Oh, it's been an excellent little phone here. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's been a great little phone. I have a lot of gratitude for this basic budget phone. It's been working. Yeah. Comfort foods aren't going to do anything but keep us unaware of reality. Long before we discovered comfort foods to numb the pain of living, our bodies produce endorphins. With early trauma and lack of love, the brain system is constantly in a deficit mode of its serotonin in its supplies. It's no wonder that later cookies and comfort foods may be sought to boost those supplies artificially. It's an artificial trick. It's a trick. It's like we're like both like jump-starting the brain. Come on, give me more endorphins. Come on. So the brain would naturally send you endorphins, but if it runs out, eat the cookies. Well, the sugar, salt, and fat, the concentrated food, the mammalian part of the brain perceives that all of this concentrated, condensed food, it perceives that the person is now safe with that extra food. Safety means serotonin. Safety means serotonin. So it releases serotonin. But it's from the food. That dissipates in a few minutes, or an hour, or whatever. It goes away. It's not the regular circulating baseline healthy serotonin release from the memory circuit of mother's constant presence within. That's called the soothing interject, or the internalized good object, or the holding interject. 3 years of memories of mother doing her job as a mother. And memories there. So you have an ongoing memory circuit of safety with the mother, and that releases a natural serotonin from the memories. But if that memory is missing, too much stress, too much pain, too much stress, we gotta feel safe somehow. We can eat the cookies, the cigarettes, tranquilizer. And then with the one guy, it was the painkillers, and he did it his whole life, and it wasn't enough. Then he went on the microphone and told all these ridiculous far-out beliefs, and he only did it because of the pain. He needed those beliefs to squelch his pain, to numb the pain. Those beliefs pushed his brain to send him endorphins. The painkillers sent him endorphins, but he wanted more, so he did both, the painkillers and the beliefs. So that guy was very revved up. They called him an agent of hate, which is filled with hate, so much pain. Yeah, Route 66, yeah, back to Route 66. There was an episode of a guy, they called him an agent of hate. So that negative prejudice and propaganda and all this, he needs it to numb the pain. And if you question him, you're questioning his whole childhood history. He can't do it. So he'll be adamant to be aggressive, to sell the belief. And then he uses rationalizations, his book knowledge, and intellectualization, make excuses and logical fallacies, and lots of tricks to confuse people, and glittering generalities, and red herrings and straw man arguments. And the best way to tell a lie is to include a few crumbs of truth in it. A half-truth is the father of many lies. There's this thing called trance logic. Trick people to want to accept what you believe, to tap into how all babies believe what their parents tell them. Now I could take a peek on the 4th floor, see what's going on up there. I haven't checked the 4th floor yet. If there's no meeting, we can hang out there for a few minutes, I think. Now, why don't we do that? Let me return the cup here. Hold on a sec. Give me a minute to return the cup here. Let me split this here. Sorry, not much to see here. Yeah. Give me 2 minutes here. Hold on a sec. Thank you. they've got a new buffet. They've got a new, yeah, okay. Yeah, no meeting at the moment. Yeah, I can get another view here. Oh, Jesus. Oh, jeez. They're all stuck there, eh? I think I'll start to wind down this video. Yeah. Any final thoughts here? Any final thoughts here? This motif on the glass reminds me of Ili Sapi, one of her albums. But not that one. There's an earlier one. The singer Ili Sapi has a very good album called Traveling Love. 4 of the songs on that album of hers are on our soundtrack. The Beat, The Earth Moved, Lead Me On, The Love You Gave. Oh, that's a good one. The love you gave to me. It's the one I couldn't use. The love you gave. I couldn't use that. Let's see, can we get in here? Okay, here. Here's another angle from the... Yeah, usually there's a meeting here. Once in a while it's like this, yeah. Oh my God, maybe I could have done the video here, huh? Oh my God, that's I wonder. Yeah. There's enough light here, yeah, I could have done it here, right? Just bring a chair here. Yeah, I could have done it right here. And if I needed a distraction, I can just show you the traffic, right? The traffic. Well, any final thoughts here? How about this way? Any final thoughts here? Another joke? Another joke? One, I read this joke by a, I forgot the details of it, but it was about repetition compulsion. So this, some kind of homeless character said to a wealthy man passing by, "Hey, sir, how about, it's an old joke from long ago, can you spare a coffee for can you spare a quarter for a cup of coffee?" And the well-dressed man said, "Hey, wait a minute, I gave you a quarter an hour ago." "That's your problem, sir. You're dwelling in the past. You're living in the past. Come on, live in the present, live in the now, enjoy the now, the present, the now." A silly kids one that is what's 5Q? What's 5Q plus 5Q? Somebody might be thinking 10Q. Oh, you're welcome. 10Q sounds like thank you. We can all live like nomads. What? So benign violation of your expectation. What? Live like nomads? What are you talking about? Who wants to live like a nomad? Where I nomad at you and you nomad at me. Well, back to that New Age comic. The guy's name is Steve Behrman. Yeah. Somebody asked him, "Are you an evolutionist or a creationist?" It's either or thinking, right? He said, oh, I'm both. I believe we were created to evolve. Yeah, no, I saw the staff from last year are still there. They're mostly still there. I saw them down there, yeah. Just one or two new people, yeah. Actually, I did a couple of videos at this spot here. They used to have a sofa here last year. I think I did 2 videos here with this background. Yeah, Eli Sappi, yeah. She used to be the lead singer of a band called Taima, and we have one song from that album called So You Say. So You Say, my friend. That's a great song, So You Say, yeah. So we have 5 songs from her. One from when she was the lead singer of that band Taima called So You Say, and 4 from that Traveling Love album I mentioned earlier. The most recently newly added song to our soundtrack is a song called Olsun, O-L-S-U-N, a Turkish song by the singer Sertab Erener. It's about grief. It's about the whole grief process. She said that when she was triggered and all these emotions came up, the third brain was swirling with all kinds of thoughts trying to process it. Tables. Well, any final thoughts here? Yeah, O-L-S-U-N. It's an older song by the singer Sertab. S as in summer, E-R-T as in Tom, A-B as in Bob. Sertab. From Turkey, but it's about the whole grief work process. She said, "Yeah, I got triggered, and my mind is swirling like a rushing river, trying to process it, attenuate it, all the emotions." Right. So part of it will be to create beliefs to numb it. Part of it will be to integrate it and accept it. So finally, she said, I need some help here. I'm going to go to the pet store and buy me a cat. A little compromise there. But then finally she said, yeah, I'm going to admit the loss. Admit the loss. So to admit the loss, you need sadness at the console. But sadness needs a floor. This floor is called a sense of self, i.e. differentiation, i.e. the child was able to differentiate, i.e. have a sense of self that hatched out of the previous state of blurred fusion of the two being one. He differentiated out and have a differentiation, so he's different from, he has his distinctness, that sense of self-identity, then sadness can stand there. So first in the grief process, obviously sadness is there. And then when we integrate the loss, then sadness can step aside and joy can come back and enjoy the present. Yeah, I haven't been to, yeah. Oh, more tables. Hi. Let's go over here. Yeah, here's the SkyTrain with the no ad on it. On this SkyTrain, buymeacoffee.com/psychoanalysis. 10,000 quotes to help you know yourself. A brain for the scarecrow. Night vision. And another metaphor is that these quotes are giving us night vision. These quotes are giving us night vision. A lantern in the unconscious. So the unconscious is often symbolized as a forest. So the storytellers will talk about a forest, some treasure in the forest. So we want to go into the forest, meaning the unconscious, we need a lantern. So these quotes here are an attempt to give us a lantern. Yeah. What are we doing here? Technically, I've got 20 minutes left of light here. I could hang out here for 20 minutes, right? Or just wrap it up. Oh, there's no, yeah, see, I'm sweating already. There's no AC here. I'm sweating already. Sometimes when I just linger and some new idea might appear, or a new link or something. One self-help exercise is called, what's the hardest thing about? And you fill in the blank. It just helps you to free associate. So just as a self-soothing kind of thing, what's the hardest thing about? Fill in the blank. So whatever's going on, whatever your concern is, preface it with the 5-word question prompt. What's the hardest thing about? And you fill in the blank. And free associate and see what happens, right? It may lead to a prompt to making an I statement. An old fear from childhood was triggered up. Identify the old unmet need and the feelings by it. And bring it to the present. How about here? What if I just sat here? Hang on a second. What if I just do this? Does this work if I sit here like this? That's okay, right? There's enough light. Oh, there's some light. Oh, here we go. Here's light. All right. Okay, yeah, let's hang out here for a bit. Last 10 minutes of light here. What else? Any other final thoughts here? Yeah, so I mentioned it before, 2360 by Susan Campbell on how to make an I statement, plus the Rosenberg one, OFNR mentioned earlier. What's the hardest thing about? Fill in the blank. So yeah, I'm referring at this point to our booklet on self-help quotes and exercises by psychologically minded self-help authors. So it's not really necessarily truly analytic or something. It just, we need a kitten sometimes, like the singer in the song. We got to get a cat, some kind of soothing. We can't always dredge up, try to process too much pain. So we got to take a break. And hey, cat, come over here, cat. So these self-help quotes are kind of like the cat side of our things, the cat side. Yeah, it's a pretty good song. I just discovered it. I found her from the album Turkish Groove, a very good CD called Turkish Groove by the Putu Mayo World Music Company. They put out over 100 kind of CDs from music around the world, but the best one in my vote is that one there, Turkish Groove. 10 fun, easy to listen to songs. Some of them were big hits, apparently. The second one was from Surtab, a song called Buddha. So that's that Studio One and her live version of that are on our soundtrack. Plus this new one of hers called OLSUN, Olsun. She's like fishing around in the grief process, bargaining, angry, sad, upset. And the rock music was the anger, but the sad voice and the anger and the sadness, she kind of captured the feel of the whole grief work process, the 5 stages of grief. Because she kind of captured some of that in that song. That's one of the better songs on grief. Oh, but the best, one of the greatest songs in my opinion, one of the greatest songs ever sung in my opinion, is a song called Humu Kusu by the singer Devram Kaya, also from Turkey. Devrim Kaya, song called Humu Kusu. That's quite a great song. She really belts it out, and the flute comes in and all that. That song is all about, you know, speaking of primals, you know, that might be in that primal area, trying to really cry it out. No, actually, the primal, he says the primal is pre-verbal, so you may lead to some kind of tears and all in the middle part, but if you can access the pre-verbal trauma, that's like shaking and visceral things. So you might temperature goes up and down. There might be some like shaking or something, or he said one guy was like moving around like a dolphin on the floor or something, like no arms and legs, like just the stem, like the spine kind of thing, because the trauma took place that early on in the uterus. So when he processed that, I don't know if he's making this up or if there's partly true. Most of me says he's making it up. A lot of actors are there, a lot of drama there, looks appealing. But overall, if you take his books, a lot of excellent knowledge on there, and that's what we're trying to post here. So yeah, today was part 23 of 25. So we'll be doing 2 more videos of his materials. That'll be 20 more quotes. So we'll post 20 more quotes from him, and I'll give it a rest after that time. So these are mainly from his books that I could find: Prisoners of Pain, The Feeling Child, The Imprints, The New Primal Scream, Primal Healing, Primal Man, and the Beyond Belief one. Those are mainly it, right? Some of his books are hard to find, so maybe one day I'll pick up on it. Yeah, Sitting on the Ledge here reminds me of that, the album, what's her name again? Carol King, Tapestry. She's sitting on the ledge there with the cat. Talk about memories, huh? Oh yeah, her big hit, yeah, her You've Got a Friend, that's the one. You've got a friend, right? Oh, there's an ad for a pizza. That's probably the most popular food, right? I don't know. Oh my God, I haven't seen anybody in this busy city sell organic slices, like a slice, but organic. Oh my God, that'd be a big hit. I don't know if somebody can pull it off, but it might be expensive to create. But if somebody can, I bet you there'd be a long lineup. I bet you it would sell. If somebody sold pizza slices, but organic pizza, organic dough and ingredients. Or maybe not, maybe not. Yeah. No, maybe not. Yeah, you don't really see people eating in the public openly, right? Yeah. Our companion beverages to 1001 Windmills of the Mind are guava juice, tangerine juice, Egyptian licorice mint tea by the Yogi Tea Company, Polliner's 0.0 non-alcoholic beer from Munich. Those are the main ones. Yeah, I'm confused about talking about it. We have 2 fruit wines on the list, but I read somewhere you're not supposed to, it's considered advertising alcoholism or something. So I won't mention them, but we do have like a nice little mild, low alcohol count plum wine and an apricot wine. That apricot wine is very hard to find now, but anyways, guava juice and tangerine juice are companion beer. The ad on that SkyTrain was promoting travel to another country. It's effective, you know. That those tourism ads are quite effective. Makes me think, you know, maybe it might be nice to go there. Okay, I don't think I have any special thoughts here at the end. So yeah, Arthur Janoff, yeah. Somebody who wrote an article about his work and got it published on the Psychology Today magazine called his approach Jabberwocky. In terms of technique, there may be some truth to it, but in terms of knowledge, no, he's very helpful. In terms of, here it is here, yeah. Yeah. So, in my estimation, this is an excellent, these 250 quotes that we're posting here, I think are a very good 101, Janoff 101 introduction to Janoff material. So if somebody wants like an introduction to Janoff's approach, I think these quotes offer. Okay, let's just wrap it up here then. Just wrap it up here. Okay, let's just wrap it up here. I'll see you in part 23. Yeah, I'll see you in part 23. Another ad there. What's that? Well, that's for the internet service. Okay, we'll see you in part 23. Once again, I'm not a shrink. My hope is that one will judge this for the content directly themselves, not by yours truly. I have anxiety, as mentioned before, so don't judge this material or this psychoanalysis by yours truly. I'm not a shrink. I haven't even been analyzed. Look at that, eh? So keep that in mind. I only have a BA in all this, so I'm trying to learn this approach as well. But there's a lot of excellent quotes. I mentioned Grotstein before, Thomas Ogden, James F. Masterson, Karen Horney, Edmund Burglar, Althea Horner, Jesus, and Margaret Muller, yeah. We've got hundreds of excellent quotes from medical doctors who specialize in the talking cure. Not the pharmacy issue. Janoff's the only exception in the area of the pharmacy issue. He's the only author in that kind of area. So it was kind of necessary to talk a little bit about it, just to understand the brain stem's response to trauma, the imprints and the physiological reactions to it, and we can understand it, how people are dealing with it. So just a little bit of reference to that. That's not really a focus here. Okay, there's an ad for, what's that for? Some kind of an iPhone, right? A new iPhone. Another jam here. Oh, there's the blank one there. www.buymeacoffee.com/psychoanalysis. 1001 Windmills of the Mind. Be your own existential detective. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'll shut it down here. So thanks once again. I'll see you in part 23. And so stay tuned. We'll be adding more quotes from the author, Arthur Janoff. A very popular household name in the 70s, made famous by celebrities and actors and all this. And 16 books, excellent, clear writing. As mentioned before, I think it's an important piece of the puzzle. The physiological, sensational, visceral responses that express trauma in that critical period. And the memory of it is sealed in what they call an imprint, a primary neural circuit that's sealed in by certain what do they call it again? Catalomies or something. That seals it in. And it's no time. It's like a flash frozen memory. How do we heal that? How do we kind of air that out kind of thing? How do we integrate it and be free from that kind of thing? Okay, so we'll continue on this topic in the next video. Thanks very much. I'll see you in part 23.